We'll just give it a second or two to allow the attendees to start to load into the meeting. We apologize for the slight delay this morning. Good morning. Names are continuing to file in, so we'll just give it another couple more seconds here. Okay, looks like we
have everyone. Just let me know.
We have everyone. Yes, ma'am. Again, we apologize for the slight delays this morning. Madam Magistrate, you can proceed.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. This is a code enforcement, code compliance hearing for the City of North Miami. Today is December 16th, 2021, and happy holidays, everyone. My name is Beatrice Quezon, Special Magistrate for the City of North Miami. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at your property as observed and cited by a code enforcement officer of the city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded, therefore all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time so that all testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We have a translator who will assist you during the proceeding. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, and any witness that you may have should come forward, I guess by clicking the raise hand button so that we know you are here. And we'll ask you to identify yourself, your name, your business, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware of and understanding the violation that is being heard today. And do you understand what is required to resolve the violation? Please answer accordingly. The city will present this case first, and then the property owner and or violator will be given an opportunity to testify on their behalf, to bring forward witnesses to testify or present evidence and photographs, and to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed on the property, then depending on the case type, I will set an abatement date for the violation to be resolved. Or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new, non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation, and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing date should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. For appeals of civil citations, I will enter a ruling either affirming or reversing the citation. If the citation is affirmed, I will enter an order assessing the civil penalty, court cost, and a compliance date. If the violator does not comply by the compliance date, continuing fines and penalties will be assessed. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement action at this time, I will table this case proceeding to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my finding of fact and or ruling, and the property owner may appeal the administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida statutes, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by the special magistrate with respect to any matter considered in these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim record of the proceeding. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant. And it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court reporter at this proceeding. Pursuant to city codes, the City of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. Now, if you are giving testimony, actually, let me turn it over to the clerk so that she can inform you of any housekeeping matters. Madam Clerk?
Good morning. Would you like for us to do the pledge first, Magistrate?
Sure.
Oh, are you going to do the instructions, Pilar? Virtual
Okay.
meeting instructions?
Okay, I will. Good morning and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you are giving testimony on a case. If you are using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. When your case is called, if you are signed into Zoom, you will receive a notification giving you access, audio, and video so that you may give your testimony. If you are physically in City Hall and you wish to give testimony, you must sign in with the code clerk and await the text message indicating your case is ready to be heard. Upon receiving that message, you should immediately come to the code compliance office to be provided access to a computer. If you would like to speak on behalf of the case, once the case is called, you should click the raise hand button to be acknowledged. Before giving testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property. If you wish to have an interpreter assist you during your case, please indicate that when your case is called. Magistrate, that concludes the instruction.
Okay, do you want to, we can do the pledge now?
Okay.
Flag
United States of America.
America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have the code officers enable their videos, please, to be sworn in? And anyone else, city staff that's here that's going to give any testimony, Mr. Building Official?
Are we ready?
Do we have everyone?
Hope so.
Okay, we're ready.
If you are giving testimony today on a case, please raise right hand as I oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do.
I do.
Translators, if you can enable your videos, please, to give, to be given the oath.
Interpreters?
Interpreters, yes, enable your cameras. City staff, you can disable your cameras. Thank you.
Interpreters, please raise your
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translation which you are about to give will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge and ability? Say I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. Please announce for the record if there are any additions, corrections, and/or deletions to the hearing agenda.
Your magistrate, I will read any additions and deletions into record. Under new business, item number 1, which is Burger King Corp. 3082 FYBRR 2020 00105. The property 13575 West 60 Highway was complied. Item number 2, which is 3 Horizons North Condo, FYBRR 2020-00093 at property 1470 Northeast 125 Terrace, has been postponed. Case 52, Block, case number MHBIO 2020-00224 was postponed. In case 54, Lola's Group, MHBIO 2021-00087 is off docket. That concludes all the amendments or deletions to the agenda.
All right, if we're ready, please call your first case.
So we have no civil violation ticket appeal cases on this docket, so I will move into the notice of violation case.
All right,
The first case is going to be item number 25 for Aaron Schmeister, case number CESTA 2021-00011. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of October 1st of 2021. The fine set was $500. The property address is 2190 Northeast 122 Street. There is a companion case for the same property, which the case number is CESTR 2021-00013, which is a new case. Officer Perez, person on this case.
all right.
So I believe they were going to have someone in the meeting. Is there anyone here for that case?
Officer
Right, thanks, Jose. You
Jones.
did my job for me. I'm trying to put the document up here. It's just weird, but okay. Is there anybody here on behalf of this item? I did speak with the property owner as well as the tenant on this property, and they're well aware that there was a court hearing today. If you're here, I see several hands raised. If you have just general questions, please put them in the chat. We're happy to answer your questions in the chat. If you are here, but the hands just should only be raised if you're here on behalf of the case, that's all. I see okay, hold on, several hands here. I know Officer Jones, you're here. Garrett Grew, are you here on behalf of this case? Sorry, I'm gonna allow you to. I see a Garrett Grew, are you here on behalf of this case? I just unmuted you. Yeah. Excuse me? Who is my case? Okay, so that's not.
All right, can only the people, when we call your case, please wait and to hear whether or not this is your case. Only the folks who are involved in this case should have their hands raised. I see Officer Jones.
Yeah, so we're gonna enable her. That's the police officer that went on the Officer Jones, you can enable your camera and video as well. It doesn't appear as though the property owner or the tenant are here, Madam Magistrate, but if the police officer did work the midnight shift, so we wanted to go ahead and hear the case. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Officer Perez of the City of North Miami to retain the case in regards to the property. This is an ongoing issue where the city has received multiple complaints for this residence for being rented as an Airbnb. In this particular case, we also have testimony from Officer Jones, who actually went to the property in regards to one of the rentals that occurred in October. I will be having Officer Jones provide testimony as to what she observed, as well as what was stated to her when she arrived to the rental. As of my final inspection, the ads remain on. So they are still actively trying to rent the property, even though they've been made aware of the violations. They've been made aware of the notices. As you can see here, the check-in is from July 16, 2020 to August 13, 2020, and they want to charge $22,000. So it's a very hefty amount that they're trying to charge on top of that. And they have several reviews, which means they've done this several times. As we can attest with the testimony from the officer, there's been contact made with the property owner as well as the tenant. They are aware of what they're doing. They are aware that they're not supposed to be doing it, yet it's still occurring. As was previously mentioned, this case was previously adjudicated for the advertisement. However, the companion case has not been adjudicated yet.
Gonna call Officer Jones.
Yeah, and also, Madam Magistrate, just for clarity, Jose kind of gave testimony on both cases. So one is for the advertisement, which has already been adjudicated, and the other one is for the actual short-term rental activity, where we are bringing Officer Jones to give testimony as there was a call to the police department, reference, I believe, disturbance, and we do have body cam footage, and the officer is here to give testimony on what she witnessed and observed while when responding to the call. Officer?
Yes, I'm here. I'm waiting for the
If you
question.
could, well, it's not going to necessarily be an interrogation. If you could just share when you went to the call, what you observed and what you were told,
Okay.
in terms of the short-term rental specifically.
Okay, on the 26th of October, we were dispatched to the address for disturbance, loud noise. Upon
Officer,
arrival-
can you state your full name for the record, please?
Officer LaShondra Jones.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you going to continue with your testimony, Officer Jones?
Oh, okay. So we responded there, and we made contact with a female. Her name is Sandria Lopez. She advised that she was there partying for her birthday, and she rented the place from a person named Sasha. She provided us with the phone number, and she said that she would be there until, I believe, the 29th of October. And I observed her and a few friends. She had just gotten out the pool. They were still her friends were still in the pool in the backyard. I asked her to shut the party down for the night. She said, okay. And that was it. And I got the information for the person she rented the property from, the name and the phone number.
Officer, was she there for one day? Was she there for, were you able to ascertain how many days she rented the property for?
As I said, she said that she would be there until October the 29th, that Friday. I'm not sure when she checked into the rental.
And you said there were several people there. She was having a party, a pool party?
It was about 6 to 8 people there.
Okay.
I believe we also have body
Anybody-
cam footage of the interaction, Madam Magistrate, if you're interested in indulging.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Officer Jones. I'll be sharing the body cam footage now.
You're welcome.
How you doing? The back, it's too loud. Excuse me, who's the renter? Who rented this?
I don't know. Hold on.
Oh, baby. How you doing?
How you doing? Good night.
What's your name, sir?
Alfredo Hernandez.
Did you rent this Airbnb?
No, it's a chief, my friend.
You rented this?
Te la rentó.
Okay. What's your name?
Daniel
Spell it, please.
Sarabia, D-A-M.
D-A-M.
Dame la cartera de la administración. Give me the face.
You have a ID?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Bueno,
What time is it?
Dame el tuyo dame el tuyo y el mío.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's Tuesday. People have to go to work. You guys are very loud. I can hear you all the way from the street.
Sorry.
Let me see. That's the contract.
Yeah, I have the nine. Daniel,
Thank you.
really sorry, I don't check the time. That's what happened.
Ay, one is
Mira, ya están que ya.
one is fine.
It's fine. Crystal. Officer Perez stated that there's been multiple complaints. Officer Jones, was this your first call to this location, or have you been to that location before?
I've been to that location before, but not for a disturbance. We've been there because another renter called because they were unable to disarm the alarm on the house.
Okay, and these are tenants, other tenants other than these,
Yes,
I guess
this was
this-
another time. Yes, this was a different time. A report wasn't generated because it wasn't a disturbance call by someone else.
Okay, but you were dispatched because the tenants were not able to disarm the alarm at their location,
Yes,
correct?
And if I may add, Madam Magistrate, I personally spoke with the property owner and the tenant on a conference call, I believe on Monday or Tuesday. They actually contacted the office. They were scheduled to come to court last month. They requested an extension. The property owner sent in a request for an extension. He advised that he lives in Canada and he wasn't aware, he needed some time to look into the issue. So I internally granted the extension for 30 days. They called the tenant that is leasing the property from the property owner, has called our office quite irate on a number of occasions, looking for additional time. I believe that he spoke with Pilar on Monday, and she transferred the call to me. So I got on the call with both the tenant and the property owner. They were looking for, the tenant was demanding more time for the violation, and I was pretty adamant that we would not table the item again, that the item would go before the magistrate. Extensions internally had been given. The cases have been open since July. And that it was necessary that, because it's virtual, it was necessary that they both attended. So they were well aware that the court hearing was going to be happening today. Additionally, we discussed his concerns were, I believe he had a concern about the notice and who the prior owner of the property. He had some frivolous concerns about the issue. I went through each issue with him personally, and as you see today, they did not show for the hearing. So,
If I understand this correctly, the actual owner lives in Canada
The
and
owner?
leases it out to a tenant who in turn using it as
Correct.
short-term rentals.
Correct.
All right. Okay. What is the city seeking?
The city is seeking adjudication on the second case, and we would like to seek for possibly a strong verdict on that due to the circumstances and the nature of the violation, as well as the blatant disregard for the code as well. And for the first case, we would like to ratify the fines
Well, if I may, Jose, Magistrate, this, the second case is the first time. We're actually looking for a one-time penalty for irreparable, irreversible for the short-term rental. There would be no need for an adjudication. It'd just be defined, the fine would be set.
What is the maximum fine again? I'm remembering 10,000. Is that correct?
15,000.
15? Okay. And that's gonna be my ruling. I do find, based on the testimony, based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and Officer Jones' testimony, I do find that they are in violation. I do find that there are a repeat offender based on the on the testimony by the code enforcement officer, that there has been numerous complaints, as well as Officer Jones' testimony that this is not the first time that she has been dispatched to that same location. And so I will set the fine at 15,000. That's for the second case. Can you please, Madam Clerk, can you call it the case number again for the record?
Case number is CESTR 2021-00013.
And for the first case that's already been adjudicated, I will ratify the $500. Is that retro, or does that start now?
It would be retro to the abatement date.
Okay, so $500 ratified, retroactive to the abatement date. Thank you, Officer Jones.
You're welcome, ma'am. I'm done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
The next item on the agenda is going to be item 34, Coronado Towers Condo, case number FYBRR 2019-00085. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of May 13th of 2021. The fine set was $250. The property address is 12590 Northeast 16th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer. The attorney, which is in Zoom, is Carlos Martin.
Carlos? Okay, here you are. Thank you. Raising your hand. Mr. Martin should be accessing the meeting here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Carlos Martin on behalf of 12590 Coronado Towers Condominium Association Incorporated.
Thank you, sir. Who's our, okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, Beswick, City of North Miami. Yeah, basically, as I stated, this is for 4-year recertification. And the report, the initial report that was done by the engineer finds some issues with the property that needed repairs. But a few months back, we went to do audit on the building, and we discovered that the balconies on the building are not safe. So we basically asked the association to notify all unit owners to basically abandon the balconies, so the occupants don't have access to the balconies of each unit. But over the last 2 months, I say I've visited the property a couple of times for reoccupancy inspection, where unit owners are basically selling the unit. On one occasion, one unit owner at the balcony door was partly open, and she stated that she leave it part open for fresh air because she don't use the AC. And another unit that I've went to for an inspection, person in there wasn't aware of the balcony issues. Also, basically, we need some urgency of the repairs, permits for repairs from a licensed general contractor, because the clear report is past due. So we need some urgency of the association to obtain all required permit, so they can start with all the repairs that are needed for the building.
So with the balcony, there's no health and safety issue? Is that a safety concern?
It is a safety concern. That's why we asked them to make sure that each occupant do have access to the balcony.
Okay. Who said the, please tell me it wasn't me that said it was at $200.
No,
No?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't remember, but basically, initially I gave them the time to go ahead and obtain a permit. You know, but after the audit of the building, and because normally we rely on the report from the engineer or architect that do the inspection. So basically, that report didn't in my opinion, didn't show the severity of the issues like with the balcony. That's when is after the conduct of all on the surf side, we saw the audit in all the buildings, and during that inspection, we discovered that these balconies are in bad shape. So that's when we post the property that the balconies are unsafe and asked them to make sure that no one have access to none of the balconies.
And this case has been going on for how long now? When was it open?
It was last year, I believe, in
2019. Was 2019.
Right.
So it's way past. That's the reason why they have no permit has been obtained for the repairs as yet.
Okay, that concludes your testimony?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Martin.
Okay, Your Honor, we were actually before Special Master, I want to say in October on this matter. I'll give you a brief history as well, just to clarify a couple of issues, and then I'll tell you the efforts that the association has made. As the building official, Mr. Beswick, properly stated, we did file a 40-year recertification report last year. The engineer in question did not alert us either to what the city has found to be a concerning condition in the balconies, such that that they have now asked us to prevent people from accessing them. So I do understand that he is advising that the case is open since 2019, but the original case that was opened for the association was that it had not filed its 40 recertification in 2019 as required. We then did file the 40 recertification report in 2020 and began work and there were other projects that had to be done in the building. We began work to comply with the requirements stated in the original 40-year recertification report that was issued last year. Then, as Mr. Beswick correctly stated, the city advised us after the Champlain Tower strategy that they inspected the building again, and they found that the report was not adequately identifying other issues with regards to the balcony, and asked the building to secure the balconies from use. Now, as you can imagine, this is a condominium with dozens of owners, and many of them did not understand or did not want to allow us to prevent them from using the balcony. And it has been a little bit of a difficulty in some instances. However, the association has been able to go into all but 2 units and to secure the balconies with screws. I've sent pictures of those to the city attorney's office, which I believe was overall shared with Mr. Beswick. I do understand that on some occasions, and when we find out about it, we try to remedy it. Some owners have removed the screws for jarring the slider open for air, or for what other reasons. And we have communicated with the owners on multiple occasions. Notices which I did also send to the city attorney, showing that we sent notices to the owners, advising them that they cannot use the balconies or subjects the building to potential closure. That's in relation to the balcony issue. In relation to the safety of the building, because of the concerns of the city, the association hired a new engineer after the report was given to us this past summer of the condition of the balconies to revise the 40-year recertification report that was filed last year by the prior engineer who thereafter retired, and to begin drafting specifications for the repair of the balcony. This engineer was engaged last summer, and as a result, he's still in the process of providing us specifications. We are waiting for those specifications and the revision to the 40-year report. We have to have those specifications so we can bid the project out to contract. We can't just hire, the association for laymen. They're not construction professionals. We have to rely on our engineer. We will bid the project out once we have those specifications, and we will file a revised 40-year report that's more commensurate with what was found by the city. And we expect to do that in the next 90 days. But again, until this engineer provides us with this report and with the specifications, we're really kind of stuck in the mud. However, the association has taken additional steps. They passed a special assessment in October of $500,000 and began collecting same in anticipation of hiring a contractor to begin the work. Additionally, we asked the engineer for a letter stating as to the safe and continued occupancy of the building in general because of the concerns of Champlain Tower. That letter I provided to the city attorney's office, which I believe also provided to Mr. Beswick, advising that the balcony should not be used at this time, but that the building is safe for its continued occupancy. So what we would ask is for a continuation or progress report in 90 days to show additional efforts made by the association to resolve the issue.
What was the time frame you said the current engineer gave you guys that he or she will have the report ready?
Well, we've been pretty much asking him weekly. And every time, we get, unfortunately, engineering professionals are kind of swamped right now. But we've been told sometime before the mid-January, he'll have the specifications. That was what I was told from management. But I will, if we want a more concrete statement, I can ask the engineer to send us something in writing that I can share with Mr. Beswick as well.
Okay. Defer to the building official, Mark Jean.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Matt.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we viewed, I don't have the exact date, but I viewed the property with Gary sometime, it might have been September, I'm not sure. And the issues that I see, definitely are the balconies, and also with that, the debris, that possible falling of the concrete that, might damage property, cars or God forbid, someone below. So those are kind of the dangers that I see with those balconies.
You're saying there are falling debris from the balcony?
Well, it potentially, if the concrete falls, then it's going to fall below, so it's going to damage either a car or, God forbid, someone.
Is the temporary fixes that they said they have now in terms of the bolted? Did you say, Mr. Martin, that you have enclosed the balconies are bolted, or?
If you would allow me to share my screen, I can show you photographs. But what we've done is we've closed the sliding doors to the balconies. And we've installed brackets in between the sliding door and the walls and the sliding door and the floor. And physical screws have been placed into the door and into the flooring to prevent.
Which will prevent the owners to be able to access the balconies. Were you able to view what Mr. Martin testified about? I'm sorry, what is your name, officer?
Beswick. I saw the pictures from the city attorney office. I got the pictures and I look at the pictures of what he's talking about. Basically, I put like a L bracket and bolt it down. So yeah,
I know your name, Mr. Beswick. I wasn't referring to you. I was referring to the other officer. I didn't remember to write down his name. If you were able to see it and you're comfortable with that, at least as a temporary fix.
Yeah, well, basically, that fixed the part that no one can access the balconies, but to reference to what the building official who was stating with the falling, with the debris falling, that doesn't really cure that part. So basically, what they probably need to do to kind of temporarily fix that, they need to visit the property and probably close off those areas that are in bad shape, so no one have access to those areas.
You mean underneath the balconies area?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Wait, just to be clear, this is the first we're being advised of this. We can definitely take steps to secure those areas to prevent any potential damage to the property or person.
Okay. Mr. Jean, Officer Jean, if they were to, post out that section where people cannot walk under or possibly park their vehicles there, for now, would you be okay with it? Because they're asking for another 90 days. What is your take on that?
I would require have their engineer kind of periodically visit the site, probably in 2-week increments. Anything that looks like it's gonna fall or fall off, they could go ahead and kind of knock it loose so that way it doesn't fall. Mr. Martin, do you have that capability of having?
I have to ask. Honestly, I don't know. We can ask the engineer. I know he's been to the site on multiple occasions. The letter that we provided shows that he's been to the site multiple times, and he will continue until obviously the work is done, because he will obviously serve as our project manager as well. But we would agree. At the very least, if it's not the engineer, maybe one of his employees or another engineering company we could use to try to have some reports to you guys as to their inspections of the buildings to assure that it is there's no concrete. And just to be clear, there has been nothing falling off the building up to this point. That's correct. Is that correct? Not to your knowledge.
I just saw kind of exposed section of a rebar there, so it might have fallen off and someone cleaned it. But,
okay. Well, I can talk to our engineer and ask, and I can communicate with Mr. Beswick or yourself, Mr. Jean, and see if what we can coordinate in terms of them advising us on a periodic basis of their inspections to assure the city that there is no potential danger to the person or property.
And also, Madam Magistrate, is it possible we can shorten, instead of 90 days, because that window is kind of too large? Can we shorten that window? And also, what I want to do, I have one other case that I'm prepping for unsafe structures, and this one would be next. Also, going that route as well, so to ensure that. To ensure that these things are getting closed out. I would like to shorten that and possibly, I want to see the progress probably in, 45 days or.
And just to give you time, understand timing of the association. Once we receive the specifications from the engineer, we then have to bid the project, get a sufficient bid pursuant to the Condominium Act, that we need more than one at the very least that would bid on the full project, and then have a board meeting to approve a bid, enter into a contract, and then begin the process of permitting. I don't know if all of that can be done in 45 days. I'll be completely honest with you. We will attempt it, but I just don't want to show up in 45 days and all we have are specifications at that point and we're still bidding. I don't want to annoy or whatnot, but we're more than willing to come.
We'll meet in the middle. We'll give you 60 days. What is the date for 60 days? And if the condominium board, they're going to have to hold some emergency meetings because this is important.
Oh, for sure.
Our next hearing is February the 17th, and the abatement date would be February the 4th.
Okay.
And also, Madam Magistrate, Mr. Martin, how soon? I guess you'll get back to me in terms of because I would like that letter, assign us to a letter stating, the engineer that being secured basically to observe the property on a periodic basis.
Okay.
And
I have to speak to them today and find out when they can provide it. I would not expect it would be more than a couple of days early next week at the latest.
Okay, and also, when you have those specs, you know, you can submit those documents into the building department, and when you guys select your contractor, then the permit can be issued, the contractor. So that's a possibility, so you don't have to wait until you have your,
The actual contractor,
yeah, so,
I understand.
all right?
Okay, so, are we going to reset it in, the 60 days?
Yes, yes,
Okay, because it's already been adjudicated
Yes.
and we have the running fine, correct?
yes, it's already being adjudicated. The fine just haven't started yet.
Okay, all right. Okay, sir, so 60 days, we'll see you back on, February the 17th.
See you then. You all have a blessed day.
Thank you.
The next two items on the agenda are for the same property, item 38 and 39 for Emilio Brion. Case number CEODS 2021-00044 and CEWWC 2021-00021. The property address is 12801 Northeast Fifth Avenue. Both are new cases. Ed May St. Louis is the officer on both cases.
Is the property owner there at the office?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is someone assisting there at the office computer?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Please
Good
state your
morning.
full name for the record.
Emilio Grullón.
Okay, what is your relationship to the property?
I'm the owner.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Code Officer Ed May. Can you guys hear me clear?
Yes.
This violation is two violations. One is for outdoor storage, and the other one is for the broken windows that Mr. Goudion has at his property. Both cases were generated back in August 12th, 2021. I've made contact with Mr. Goudion. I've also advised him of the programs that the city were offering residents city. The original notice of violation was now certified, also for property, also advising Mr. Goudion of violation. So far, the final re-inspection, violation names, as well as Mr. Goudion did go through the city's process. Did not.
All right, sir.
Yes,
Is this your property?
yes, but I removed those things. I removed all those things. They were there.
When did you remove them and where did you put them?
Oh, the letter I put it in the back. And
No,
the
no,
other things, I threw some of them away, whatever. Threw them, I cleaned, I took all the storage thing I had out of the way. The bricks.
When did you do that?
This week. You know, within the week. And those bricks, the reason they're there is because the dog inside, they broke out and I needed to put something heavier to prevent them from getting out. It's German Shepherd, and I don't want them to bite anybody. And the bricks are, the reason that bricks are there is because of them, to prevent them from getting out. Because when the dog was in heat, the other dog came and tore that area of the cage apart. And I had to use the brick to prevent them from getting out and getting
And
in.
all the extra stuff that were there, you're saying that they're all cleaned up now? Everything has been removed?
I removed all those things off. The only thing I didn't remove was the leaves and the hose. You see the hose in the area was still the hoses there and the leaves. I had to get rid of the leaves because the tree is always throwing leaves. And the other side is coconuts. I leave it for the dog because he plays with the coconut.
Okay, I'm not so sure that we're concerned about the coconuts here. We're concerned about the condition of your yard. And all the
I can clean it even more if I have.
Exactly when was it that you did the work? And you did it by yourself?
Out by myself. I don't have nobody. My budget is very limited. I'm on a fixed income. I only get $982 a month from the Social Security, and there's no extra funds coming in, and I had to pay the mortgage.
Understood, sir, but Officer Lewis said she left information for you where you can go to the city and they have a special program that can assist you.
But the front, they help me one. All I have to make sure is I keep the front yard without nothing in it. The only thing I have there now is a dolly and a what you call it, a cutter, grass cutter.
All right, Officer St. Louis, you wanted to say something?
Yes, with the program that I did, present to Million, he actually went across. However, did not follow through with the department, hence the reason why this case is not closed. And I have also had those documents as well, proof that, he needs more help. Just, fix the
Okay, Mr. Is it Gruyon?
Yes.
All right, sir. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to reset this case so that Ms. Lewis can go there and see whether or not you are actually in compliance. And if you're not, she's gonna give you that information again. I want you to go to the city and apply and follow up so that you can get the assistance that you need. Otherwise, if you come back before me and I learned from Officer St. Louis that you did not do, what she advised you to do, you did not do the work properly, and you did not go to the city and seek the help that you need, I'm going to issue a daily fine amount against you, sir. You're telling me that you only make $900 per month. So I know that you cannot afford a fine right now. So I'm giving you a second chance to get this right, okay? So let's see you back here in, what's my next date?
March 17th.
Okay.
And he also has broken windows.
You said the broken windows, what?
Yeah, also has broken windows at his property.
That needs to be replaced?
Right?
And when he applies for the program, or get able to assist him with that as well?
Yes, and the system with the array of windows, just the renovation of that property.
Okay, did you hear that, Mr. Gruyon? That's what I need you to do. I need you to go to the city so that they can assist you with that broken window so that they can help replace it, sir. Okay, I'm giving you until March. That's a lot of time to get things done. Okay?
Okay.
All right, sir. Happy holidays.
Happy holiday. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 42, Gem Investments LLC, case number CESDA 2021-00038, for the property address of 500 through 508 Northeast 136th Street. Christopher Colson is the officer.
Anyone present on this case? Let me see if anyone has their hands raised. Do you see anyone?
No, I don't see anyone.
Okay.
Who's here? I'm sorry, who's the person? I apologize.
It's item number 42 for Gem Investments LLC. Christopher Colson is the officer. And no one has raised their hand as being present.
All right. All right. Madam Magistrate, this officer only has one case on the agenda and he's scheduled to leave for a doctor's appointment today. So if we could just hear the case and move forward.
All right. Let's proceed. Officer Colson?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Officer Colson, Code Compliance, City of North Miami. This would be a new case for the property rent, Airbnb rentals, short-term rentals. As of the final inspection, the advertisement is still up for the rentals, and they had different reviews up for the rentals. So I posted the property, I mailed everything certified, and haven't heard anything back from the owner or anybody current up to this current time.
Have you had any contact with the owners or any of the renters?
No, I haven't had any contact. The owner hasn't called me, and nor have I had contact with the renters. On the other side, they have because there's two of them. There's one side is the property side that they rent as the Airbnb, and the other side is just a regular tenant. I've talked with the regular tenant, and the regular tenant, like they've even said before, like they have different people coming in and out. So I talked with the tenant, but as far as anybody staying in Airbnb at that time, no owner, no, I haven't.
And I apologize, I missed the part about service for today's hearing.
Talking to me?
What date was it posted and sent certified? Yes.
Monday, November 22nd, certified out. It was posted. That was the posting date, Monday, November 22nd.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice. Are you guys also looking for a one-time, or are we going for an adjudication and running fine?
Adjudication and running fine, magistrate.
Okay, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until, what's my abatement date? Is it still February 7th?
February the 4th is for Magistrate Smith. Your abatement date would be March 4th.
I think that we should shorten it. So let's give them February 4th as the abatement date, and daily fine amount $1,000.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is going to be item number 12350 Northeast 6th Ave LLC, case number CEBPR 2021-00091. The property address is 12350 Northeast 6th Avenue. This is a new case for Aaron Barber.
Good morning, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
Is anyone present on this?
Yeah, Mr. Jacob, Francis Jacob, I'm here trying to promote you to a panelist. All right, there you go.
I'm here. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you turn on your camera, please? All right.
Hello.
Okay. I just realized we have not been swearing in our.
Can you please raise your right hand? Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Francis Jacob. I'm one of the managing members.
Thank you, sir. Officer Barber?
Yes, good morning. This inspection, I went onto the property initially on September 3rd, and I saw that the a crew was out there working, applying stucco, there was windows, doors, there was just a lot of work going on. And as of December 6th, I have only noted that there's partial compliance. A permit was pulled for the windows and doors. However, for the electrical and for the stucco, I did not see a permit pulled.
You said for electrical and stucco, there were no permits?
And as of December 6th this year, yes, ma'am. For building without a permit, yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Jacob?
Yes, hi, good day. Well, the permit is much more complicated for electrical, stucco, mechanical, plumbing, et cetera. That was submitted to the city just this week, so I do have the process number, but it's still in process. So I do have that number if you want it.
Would that be for if Officer Barber wants to? But at the time, I guess my question is, as did you say as of September, when they were doing work, they were doing stuff and electrical work, there was no permit on file?
Yes, that the initial inspection, I was out there on September 3rd. I went back again on September 21st. I'd been out there 2 or 3 times, and a couple of times I did have to ask the crews to stop working. I had the PD come out and also ask them to pack things up to go. But yeah, like I said, as of December 6th, there wasn't anything on file. There were no process numbers, so.
Okay.
But Madam Magistrate, if we can double check the system and see if there's an application on file in the city with this request that we allow some additional time.
How quickly can you find out?
They can, someone in the office check that, please.
I'm working on it right now.
Thank you.
Would you like me to give you the process number?
Oh, it's fine. I don't need that. Okay, so I see a permit was applied for on December 15th for exterior renovations, stucco, floor portions. That's what I see on here, and it was applied for yesterday. It has not been approved or issued.
All right. You're saying that you're willing to give them more time?
Yes.
Patterson?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's with or without an adjudication?
You can enter the adjudication, Magistrate, but we're just giving some more time.
Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation did exist. I also find that the property owners have filed or there's an application on file as of yesterday. So we will enter an adjudication. I'm sure we'll give you, I guess, until March, which would be approximately 90 days. When in March, Madam Clerk?
The abatement date in March is the 4th.
So would you have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation? If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500. Good luck to you, sir.
May I ask you, I have another case that, would I be able to hear that as well now, or not necessarily?
Yes, what is the name? What is the name on the?
I believe it's under the prior owner's name, but I received the mail. I don't know what the prior owner's name, I don't have the accurate information, but the address is 12801 West Dixie Highway.
That's case number 38. Oh, sorry, no. I don't see that on here. 12801 West Dixie Highway?
Yeah.
That's not on the agenda.
I
Okay,
have
so-
12809 West Dixie.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
It's for
that's,
9175 LC. Okay,
that's correct.
so I'll call that into record.
Well,
So that's item
Officer.
number 20. I believe. Item number 20, 9175 LC, case number CEZCU 2021-00130 for 12809 West Dixie Highway, and this is Aaron Barber's case.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case is for failure to renew the certificate of use for excellence, income tax, and multi-services. As of the reinspection date, the CU had not been renewed.
Mr.
Certificate of
Jacobs?
use.
yeah, hi. Well, this is a little complicated, but I've reached out to them recently. I was more concerned about them paying the rent, first of all, but we just closed in November. So I somehow got this mail by having it when it was posted on the property. It didn't actually come because it's the name of the prior owner. But I didn't want it to become an issue, so that's why I wanted to hear the case. If you could just grant me some more time so I could speak to the tenant, make sure they comply. That's all I can do.
Okay, well, let's allow the two cases to run together. So same issue, I do find in favor of the city entering adjudication. I'll also give you until March 4th to work it out with your tenant. And if the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
Understood.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay, thank you.
The next case is item 21 for 995 Northeast 35th Street Partners LLC. This case number is for CEZCU 100124. The property address 995 35th Street, Edmay, St. Louis. Officer
Can you give me the name that's here in the queue?
Mark, I believe it's Mark Hollister, and that was in the chat.
Hollander. Mr. Hollander, if you would enable your audio and video, please.
Good morning, Mark.
Seeing, let's see, I got to push launch meeting.
Just for, is he still there? And just for the record, I know, Mr. Hollander.
Well, Miss Magistrate, it's wonderful to see you. Somebody
Likewise.
will say hello to you, my son.
Oh, my goodness, so
Say hello.
adorable. Hello.
Yes. Hi, say hi.
Hi.
We've had a COVID scare at school, so somebody is home.
Okay.
So
Mark,
first of all,
before we get started, we have to swear you in.
Yes.
And just for the, go ahead.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you
Sure.
solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Say I do.
I do.
Thank
All right. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Mark Hollander, owner.
All right. And Officer St. Louis, she'll go first and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Good morning, but Officer St. Louis. This case is in reference to property owner. Generated on August 19th, 2021. Notice for the property. The first notice was actually given to Celia. Then by the time of this hearing, I need the notice. Yeah, the front clerk from wireless.
Are you having a hard time hearing?
Can you guys hear me?
A little muffled, but go ahead.
But what the notice was given to Christina. Can you hear me better? The clerk at the wireless toys left my contact as well for the property owner to give me a call and with met with the warrant. I also instructed him on what he needed to do. I also walked over to our community planning and development department and the community. But as of final inspection date was December 4th, There is no application on file for his.
Okay. Mark, have you filed for the certificate of use?
I have. So, couple things. First, I own buildings in other jurisdictions, and this is the first time anybody has asked me to apply for a certificate of use. Now, I'm very grateful they're not back, going back to 2005 when I bought the building, but I don't use the property. I rent the property to two tenants. One tenant is Wireless Toys. They're a very compliant tenant. The other tenant is Carlos de Castro. He is not compliant currently. He still needs to get his licenses, and he did not appear in front of the magistrate and committee and the code compliance officer when he was supposed to. So I believe he's already in default. Yesterday, I applied for a certificate of use as I've exhausted all efforts to try to get out of it, considering for me, the English certificate of use is actually physically using it. It's not a matter of money. So what I did was yesterday I applied for a certificate. I probably drove myself crazy getting Durham certificates and alarm certificates when it wasn't necessary. I finally went over there and met with Mr. Valson, who was very helpful. Actually, I must say on the record that the city of North Miami is one of the easiest, kindest places to do business because everybody's happy and is helpful. So, and that goes for Officer St. Louis as well, who physically walked me over to Officer Valson, or to Zoning Clerk Valson, and introduced me and wanted me to be compliant. So I thank you to everybody at the city of North Miami. Obviously a bonus that you're the magistrate and I get to see an old friend. But yes, I did apply for a certificate of use. That's number one. And I'm going to follow it with the business tax receipt today, or if not tomorrow, if I have time. But I would ask for a small amount of time in order to file the business tax receipt, but I have no problem doing it. But also for my tenant who's not sophisticated in terms of dealing with cities. When he applied originally to have a business there, nobody asked him for his license. He does not have a current barber license, which requires 600 hours. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have to be compliant with today's current law. That was probably on the books back then. So I would ask in that case that we get a little bit of time for him to resolve it. And for me, I don't really need any time. I need a couple days to get it done, and it will be filed and paid for. Certificate of use was paid for yesterday, and the business tax receipt will be paid for this week.
Okay. Officer St. Louis, they all fall under the same case? Is it just one case for?
It's only one case. The other case were already found by another magistrate.
I don't know where I'm having a hard time. What did you say?
Can you hear me?
Try again.
No, we're only here for one case, which is for him. The other cases were already found guilty by another magistrate.
Okay. What is the city asking for?
Well, being that based on our final inspection date, there is no compliance.
All right. And then how long will he get to do the finalize this? He said he did apply for the certificate of use.
Yes, he submitted his documents yesterday, and I believe based on Mr. Voss, he's missing one more document, which he stated that he was going to exhaust it. So now it's just a matter of him getting an email from that department.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mark. Okay, the next hearing for me is in March. So I'm actually giving you until March 4th, but I think that you should be fully in compliance by then. But I do enter an adjudication, and I will give you the abatement date of March 4th. And hopefully by then everything would have been resolved, and then you can reach out to Officer St. Louis, and then she can take it off calendar.
Magistrate Cazot, that was very generous of you, and Officer St. Louis, I will get this done this week, reach out to you, send you a copy of the filing, and I appreciate everybody's time.
And I think they appreciate you putting on the record how happy they are and how helpful they are, because I know they don't get to hear that every day.
It's pretty rare, and I got to tell you.
I'm glad you said that, Magistrate, because I was actually waiting for the testimony to be over to ask Mr. Hollander if we would appreciate that commendation in writing.
I not only will put it in writing.
I'd love to pass that to the city manager's office.
I am going to document my entire experience yesterday of being physically taken over with smiles and offered a mask and explain the entire process, not just for me, but for my tenant, only for one purpose, for everybody to be compliant. So
that's good.
Thank you.
I appreciate everybody.
Thank you. Feel free to send that to my email.
I will get it over to you.
Happy holidays to you too.
Happy holidays, Mark.
Happy
Good to
holidays.
see you.
You too. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The next item on the agenda is item 47 for Eugene Gerard and Anne Rosati Gerard, case for CESTA 1-00022, property address 1912 Northeast 119th Road. This is a new case for Jose Perez.
Thank you. Who do I have here on behalf of this case?
It's Eugene Gerard.
Okay, Mr. Gerard, I'm going to enable your audio and video. I actually see you logged in 3 times. So I'm going to just try all 3. If you can enable your video, Mr. Gerard. Is there anybody else that's here on behalf of the property besides you, sir?
Good morning, Ravi Bada on behalf of the property owner. My client is here.
Why are they signed in?
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Magistrate. How are you this morning?
Very well, thank you, sir.
And I have a court reporter as well, Ms. Kelter, who is here.
Okay.
Can the parties that are accompanying you today please raise their hands so that I can work? Okay.
Mr. Gerard, can you unmute yourself on your computer, please? I see you right in the center with your hand raised. You need to unmute yourself. There you go. Perfect.
Is there anyone else, sir?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much for that.
The court reporter is here.
The court reporter, Mr. Gerard, and myself.
Got it. All right, can you please swear in on Mr. Gerard, please?
Can you please raise your right hand? Mr. Gerard,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yeah, I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Madam Magistrate, before we get started, I just want to make sure for the record, there's an affidavit which we filed in support. Has the city received that?
Okay, is the city attorney present?
Yes, Your Honor, but I didn't receive an affidavit.
I can put it up, if you allow me for 1 minute, I can put it up on the screen and share it with everybody. It was filed from what my office has told me.
Ms. Patterson, can you allow him to share his screen?
Yes, sir. Sir, did you share the document with us, or?
My office has told me, my assistant has told me that it was filed some time ago.
Okay.
I can, if you allow me for 1 second, you'll see me move from my video so the document is scanned, and so I can share it with everybody.
If I have it here, I'm just asking you, did it be communicated to my office? If so, Pilar, do we have the document?
I believe it was submitted as evidence that I sent you via email. I believe that's the document he's referring to.
Okay, so just a moment.
No problem. I just wanted to be clear before we got started that it's there.
And this is under Dean Gerard, right?
That's correct. It's my client is here, so the affidavit is not really necessary, but I just want to make sure we did it both ways because my client there was a possibility my client was going to be traveling out of the country, so I wanted to have both bases covered.
I have it here.
Is that, you're an attorney, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I don't know if it's necessary for the affidavit. We can proceed.
Fair enough.
Your client is present. We can proceed.
My client is present. I said.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Perez.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami to return the case in regards to the property at 1912 Northeast 119 Road. This is in regards to an Airbnb rental ad that was found by the city on a private search. Case was open and contact was made with Mr. Gerard after the fact. He advised that he was not aware of the advertisement. He was advising that he would be taking it down. I requested that he provided documentation from Airbnb for exhibiting that the ad was taken down. Previously to this violation, there was another violation that was opened back in, if I'm not mistaken, it was June 16th of 2020. Once that ad was taken down, that violation was closed. However, it was reposted, which is why it was opened again in July 20th. At this point in time, the ad has been removed, but since it was the second time being found, the city is simply asking for an adjudication so that this were to not happen again.
If I may respond briefly, and then I can provide testimony. So,
before you do, is this the city is showing me the photographs in the advertisement?
This is the advertisement that was found online. This was being advertised by a Mr. Romaine. Again, this was the advertisement. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you can see the history of the property where it was previously cited, as I mentioned, on June 16th, 2021. And then it's cited again on July 20th, 2021.
Mr. Perez, may I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Just a clarification, you mentioned the name of the person who put it up on Airbnb.
That is correct.
Can you identify the name of the person who put it up, please?
If we go back to the first page on the ad, it says right there, it says the entire host is hosted by Romaine.
And that Romaine, to the best of your knowledge, is not the property owner. Is that correct?
That I wouldn't be aware. Unfortunately, I do not make contact with anyone that posts the ad. I simply find the ad and go from there.
Understood. But you have no way, you have not been able to link the ad with the property owner in any manner.
Besides that, the property address was on the ad, as well as pictures from the property were on the ad. Other than that, no.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate
it. Okay. Sir?
Yes.
Do you have any other question for the officer?
No, Your Honor. No, Madam Magistrate, I do not. I do for my client. He's been sworn in. I'd like to ask him a few questions and then finish up by I can start by giving you some background and then have my client's testimony. However you want it, Your Honor. I'm happy to proceed along those lines.
Sure, go ahead.
So if I can give you a little bit of a background, my client is originally from France. He speaks English, but he has some difficulty with the English language. Just want to mention that for the record. My client, you will hear testimony from my client today. It's been put in an affidavit. You'll hear from him firsthand that he does not have an Airbnb account. He's never had an Airbnb account. He's never put up this property for sale. Yes, on the Airbnb for short-term rental. There is an acquaintance who, without his consent, without his permission, took photos when being at the property and without his knowledge, put up this property on a short-term rental. My client contacted him. He took it out down the first time, put it up again without my client's knowledge, without his consent, no knowledge whatsoever, and would not take it down for some time. My client has never received any monies from this rental. He has never put up his property for rental. There's been nobody who stayed at his house on through Airbnb or put it up for rental himself. It was done without his permission at any time, both the first time or the second time, and that's what the testimony will show. And Your Honor, I contacted Airbnb to take down this information. They would not even speak to me because it's not my client's account. That's the difficulty we've had in this particular case. It's somewhat of an unusual case because I've been hearing cases we were set the last time around. In all of these cases, which Your Honor has before you, it is the property owner or a tenant of the property owner which has put up the account on Airbnb. Here we have a person who's done it without Mr. Gerard's consent. I would like to now swear in actually have Mr. Gerard ask him some questions and have him testify so you can now not rely on my proffer or my argument and hear the testimony firsthand.
All right, may proceed.
Mr. Gerard, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, I'm Mr. Jean Gerard, owner of the house.
Okay, and the property address we're talking about?
Yeah, it's 1912.
119th Road?
19, yeah.
Okay. You heard what I proffered to the magistrate just a few moments ago. Did you ever put up this property on Airbnb?
Never, sir. Never. I explained already. I meet myself. Never. I meet the officer Perez. I explained directly with him.
Okay. Do you know, did you allow somebody else on your behalf to put up this property on Airbnb?
Never, sir.
Okay. Do you know how those photos which Officer Perez so kindly put up on the screen, how those photos were taken without your permission and consent?
I have no idea. They use many houses. It's not only the photo of my house. They use from house because the pool is not the correct pool.
So that is not your pool which you saw in that photo?
No.
Okay, so that is not the pool at the back of the property. They've just cropped pictures and put it on Airbnb for that particular, for your property.
Correct, sir.
And without your permission again.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And did you ask this particular person to take down the ad?
We sent an email. We did the research. As soon as I got the violation from the city, we did the research and they removed it. But I tried to explain to Airbnb. They said, I have no account. They don't know me, so they cannot talk with me. That's it. It's a big thing for nothing.
Okay. Did you contact your attorney, which is me, and have your attorney reach out to Airbnb as well and make the same request?
Yes, sir.
And what did your attorney share the information or the correspondence back from Airbnb as to what Airbnb has to say? And
yes,
was there information that they were not able to discuss the account with me because it's not my client's account?
The same on than with me.
Got it. I appreciate your testimony.
And I'm very sorry to be in the front of the court because it's not my target to be in default.
Does this acquaintance, do they have the keys to your home?
Excuse me, madam?
This acquaintance, does he have keys to your house?
No, madam. I bought this house just for my son, not to do a business. I don't need to do any business.
I'm sorry. Did you say for my son or myself?
For my son, for my family.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
All right.
Madam Magistrate, as you've heard from my client as well as from myself, some of the photos even on this ad are not of the house. It's a pool which is not of the house. There's some additional photos which do not belong to this particular property. My client has no way of controlling somebody just randomly putting properties up on Airbnb. Airbnb will not even correspond with my client or with my office. In fact, when it does not pertain to an account, where I don't have a power of attorney from a client, and the account holder is someone other than a person I represent.
Can we view the photos again? And let me see if there are any reviews in terms of anyone who has stayed in the property.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Moment. I just
Mr.
also.
Perez, you'll be putting up the photos, or you want me to do it on my end?
I have them here, Mr. Attorney. Just a moment, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it.
I did also want to just make mention as I pull up records that the ad itself is actually written in French. I know the attorney pointed out that the property owners speak French. And so I just wanted to make mention that the ad itself is actually, the narrative is in French. But just a second here as I share screen.
And to add to that, I actually confirmed this with the assistance of Marine Patrol. Because of the pictures of the property that were facing the canal, we were actually able to go on the canal itself and confirm the property from the waterways. And there are pictures of that at the end of the attachments. There's 3 pictures that were provided that will depict the property showing the rear of the property. However, the first picture, as you can tell, is different from the third picture on the ad itself. If you notice, there's one with the pool that's kind of oval. However, there's another one down there where the mouse is correct. That one is reflecting of the city of North Miami. That is the property in question.
Sorry, clarify. The picture to the left of the screen, the first one.
The picture to the left of the screen is not the city of North Miami. The picture to the right, which is being highlighted now with the mouse, is in the city of North Miami. And that will be evident in the pictures at the lower end of the attachments that you can see. That is what was used to confirm the advertisement as well as the location of the advertisement, which is that property.
Do you have additional pictures that you took, Jose?
Yes, they're right about to pop up. Oh, I think right after that, there. So that is the property in question.
The view from the canal.
Correct, yes, from the waterway. Mr. Gerard, is this your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
And,
go back to the main picture.
And Madam Magistrate, just for the record, the city doesn't wish to impose a fine for this. We simply ask for an adjudication so that this weren't to happen again. We understand that Mr. Gerard may have not posted it himself. However, someone had to have access to the property to take these pictures. We simply wish that this were to not happen again with an adjudication.
Scroll down for a second.
Madam Magistrate, can I have my client at least go through the photos and identify if any of those photos were taken by him or with his permission? And if the answer is no, I'm going to request the city, Your Honor, that an adjudication not be made in this matter because it was not done by the property owner and it was not done with his consent. It was done by somebody. We're not denying the fact that the person who came onto the property, I think my client knows this person, but he did it without his permission, without his consent. He never, ever has listed any properties, and my firm has represented Mr. Gerard for some time. He does not need the income. He would never put up a property, his property on Airbnb. He's never received any remuneration from putting up properties, nor is he interested in that. And he's certainly most interested in complying with the city and being in compliance with the city's rules and regulations. So we would never violate a city rule and regulation.
All right, so give me 1 second. Can you scroll down for me, please? I need to see what the reviews say about this property.
There are no reviews.
There are no reviews.
Yeah, there's no reviews listed here, Magistrate. It looks like do we know when they started the posted this, Jose? When
They opened the account, if you could scroll down a little bit, actually, it says that they're sometime around 2016. However, this listing, it doesn't say specifically, but it says here joined August of 2016.
But that could easily mean that they are a renter, that they were a renter from then. That didn't
Correct.
apply when they started to lease the property. Magistrate, I think we were just, like Jose said, I think the city has met the burden of, whether or not the property owner listed it himself, the property in question, the property owner is responsible. We would just simply ask for an adjudication. We're not looking for any fines, just so that in the event there is any additional postings in the future, we've been here today and we can move forward as the policy allows. We're not looking to penalize the property owner, but in fact, he is responsible for whatever happens at the property. And I think that the city has proven its case.
Madam Magistrate, I don't believe the city has proven its case. There has been clear testimony from my client as well, and the city cannot produce any evidence that it is my client or anyone with his consent posted these photos or the advertisement of Airbnb. I believe the case should be simply dismissed at this point.
Consent isn't necessary, Magistrate, as you know.
Only issue that I have with the evidence is that we have acknowledged that the back of the house doesn't look like Mr. Gerard's home.
Well, I think that,
and we don't have, I'm sorry, and whether or not somebody who visited his property took a photograph of it and decided to post that. What I was looking for, which we've had in a lot of our other cases, or testimony, maybe a contact, or at least having the reviews that tells me that somebody have actually, been there, stayed there. I don't have that in this case. I have somebody who posts photographs and claim that this is their property. And I have the property owner that's saying that, first and foremost, this is not my house. It doesn't look like my house. And I didn't have, I don't know who, an acquaintance or.
Well, I would demonstrate that we're not taking a case to prove short-term rental activity, wherein the reviews might be more relevant. In this case, the code does just simply call that short-term ads are not permitted, period. So the reviews in this circumstance would not really add any relevance or basis to the case that the city is presenting. The code specifically just prevents or prohibits advertisements in a single-family residence for short-term rental. And in this case, we presented an ad that the property owner and his attorney have confirmed that they know who may have done it, that he's familiar with who could have done it. He didn't consent to it, but in fact, the ad was posted. So again, I would argue just simply that the reviews are not necessary in an advertising case.
In addition to that, I may add that this is the second time that the ad was posted. The first time it was posted and removed, as testified by the attorney and his client, and then it was put right back up. So that's why we're here.
And how were you able to get this ad down the first time, sir?
So, Your Honor, Mr. Gerard, can you actually let me proffer first? Your Honor, the ads, my client, as we have stated to the court, that these ads were, we believe, put on by a certain individual who my client knows as an acquaintance. We reached out to him. Initially, he had no response to us, does not want to discuss the matter with us, took it down. It's not our account. If someone comes to my house and does something nefarious, and I'm not responsible for their act. If someone comes out, it's analogous to saying if someone comes in front of my house and commits a criminal act and commits murder, I'm not responsible for that act. I cannot be held responsible and be fined and taken down for that. But certainly the city can go after the person who's posting these ads and doing it in violation of the city code. We encourage the city to go after them. We'll certainly help the city identify who this person is, provide them all the information, and we can do it right now. Have my client provide the address, the contact information, and go after that individual. Certainly not the property owner who's not involved in this said. He's never been involved in this, never benefited from it, has done nothing to promote the ad at any point. He owns multiple properties in North Miami, has never been in violation.
Let me hear from the city attorney because I'm having a difficult time with this one here.
I wanted to add that I've been hearing the testimony from Mr. Gior, and he did admit that some pictures were of his house. He said that the address is his, even though it's not him specifically who went and posted that ad. It's his property. If he wants to go after that person for fraud and collect there's not going to be a fine. But if he wants to go after that person, then he can do that. But in terms of code enforcement, it's his responsibility. It's his address. So I think there should be an adjudication so that, because it's happened before.
Okay, so if I understand, part of the logic is that if somebody comes to my property, take photographs, and then create, because they want to punish me in some way, and create an Airbnb account and put my information out there, based on the code, I'm going to be fined or at least have an adjudication over something that I may not necessarily have any control over. It's one thing if we're saying, just like in the other cases where there is some nexus between the property owner and the person who's doing the deed. They're either in working together or there is a contractual relationship where we have the last case, the owners in Canada rented to this tenant, and now the tenant turns around and doing the short-term rentals with Airbnb. Now we know that the owner of the property is going to have a certain recourse because that's their tenant. And we were able to do an adjudication, we were able to set fines, and I think that I set the fine at $15,000. The issue that I have with this one is the fact that I have the property owner that's stating that he doesn't know anything about this ad. This is not coming from a tenant. This is not coming from him without his permission. The photographs don't resemble his property, but yet I need to enter an adjudication against his property. This adjudication is going to attach to that property, but there's no nexus towards this property owner. And
this case is very unfortunate for Mr. Gior, but it's like anybody can come and say, well, this is not my property. Therefore, I should not be found in violation of the short-term rental code section. Like, I feel like if there's no adjudication, it's going to open the floodgates for anybody else to come and say, well, it's not mine. But at this point, like Ms. Patterson stated, I feel like the city has met its burden. If the attorney wanted, he could have had the
do me a favor, Ms. Veronique, I'll pass it. If you have the code, send it to me, please, and let's put it on the record because I need more time.
I'll pull it up on the screen if you'd like.
Yes, let's put it up on the screen.
As I'm doing that, I just wanted to also add that the property owner was cited prior to this case in June of 2021 for the exact same issue. And we closed the case because the ad was removed. And so a subsequent case, which is what we're hearing today, was open because the ad was posted again. So I did reference our system and double check that just for clarity. So
okay, yeah, pull that up to let me see.
Okay.
So the ordinance is chapter 5, subsection 30 under occupancy standards, and it'd be subsection.
Let me pull it up here.
No problem.
To view herself. Is my screen shared?
No, you do not have it on.
No. Okay.
Can I speak?
Just 1 second, sir.
$532, right? Oh, I'm sorry, 530.
530. And then under section B.
Yeah, Your Honor, again, as you have pointed out, Madam Magistrate, it's very clear to me, there's no nexus. The city has admitted multiple times through Officer Perez, he's not able to establish the nexus between who put up the ads and so it's logical in every city reg that there's got to be a connection between the property owner and the violation, or somehow there'd be it'd be connected to the property owner. If somebody does something and it's a prohibited act perpetrated by the property owner or their tenant or somebody they're in privity with, that's a completely different matter. None of these events were caused by my client. In fact, my client reached out on multiple occasions to tell this person not to do this, and he continues to do it. It may happen again, and we have no control over it. And we may need to then potentially, my client would put him in a situation where I would have to go to circuit court, include Airbnb in this case, include this individual, and over something where my client's never even rented this property. I mean, it's a huge burden on a homeowner to find themselves in a situation where, unbeknownst to them, they're finding themselves having to spend a fair amount of money on lawyers and having to subpoena records to stop this.
Well,
It's unfair.
as you mentioned, the property is connected to him because he is the owner of the property. That is the connection violation. As we go on about this case, I want to bring up an example. If someone were to go and spray paste some graffiti in front of your house, even though you may not have done the graffiti, you still have to go and correct the violation. Just because you didn't do it does not make you exempt from the violation. And while the person who owns the property may not have wanted the graffiti there, they would still get the violation and they would still go through the same process if it were to be coming again. Whether the person who owns the property then wants to go after the person who did it civilly.
That's a different example. It's not the same.
That's a different analogy. For somebody to spray graffiti on your property, they need to go up your property. They need to, spray paint your property. Somebody can drive by, take down my address, and then take photographs of the front of my house and the back of my house and decided that they're going to create, just like, with social media, somebody can just duplicate your account.
But they would need to access the inside of the property to get to the backyard. So they had access to the property.
If the person is an acquaintance, the person may have visited the property. I understand. I'm not representing Mr. Gerard. I'm just saying the way that it is written and the facts that you guys have presented to me have created a conundrum. It's created an issue. It's based on the testimony that you guys have provided and based on the testimony that Mr. Gerard have provided. I understand that you believe that it's going to open the floodgates and having everyone come forward and say, no, it's not, it wasn't me, it wasn't mine, but the burden is on the city. And as of right now, I do not find that the city has met its burden. And therefore, I will decide in favor of Mr. Gerard.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Are we excused, Madam Magistrate?
You're excused. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you, everyone, for the city of.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
The next case is item 22, 999 Northeast 5th Street, Incorporated, case for CEFLR 1-00065 at property address 99 East 5 Street. This is a new case for Ed Mason Lewis.
Garrett Grew, please enable your audio and video.
Officer St. Louis has just briefly stepped away from her desk. She'll be right back.
No, can we pass it? Call the next case, please.
The next case is going to be item number 53, Leon Pierce, State of. Case number CEBPR 100058, property address 65 West 34th Street, from Barbara's office.
Who's here on behalf of the case, please?
Eddie Lawson.
I don't have a Eddie Lawson here. And if you're here on behalf of this property, please raise your hand.
No.
Is St. Louis here?
She's in the restroom.
Somebody
Coming
just,
out.
Okay, can we go ahead? Yeah, that, the last case that was called, I don't see anyone here on behalf of that property. However, Drew is here. And I think by the time we swear him in, we should be ready.
Okay.
So for clarity, would you like to recall the case into record and swear in the,
So the item numbers, item number 1. Case number CEFLR. Sorry, item number 21, 995 Northeast 35 Street, Part.
I have two people saying that they are here. There's a Christian Mura and an Anthony Pagan. And they're saying I'm part of this case.
No, Anthony Pagan has a separate.
We called both cases, magistrate, so we apologize for the confusion on everyone's behalf. So we're going to work with Mr. Brew that's here at May St. Louis. Can we please get you on to go ahead and give testimony? And this case that we called subsequent to that, we'll call next.
This item is 2, case number CEFLR 10065, property at 999 Northeast 5 Street for Ed Lewis.
Can you swear in the gentleman, please?
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? His mic. Can you please turn your microphone on, sir?
Okay, it's on now.
Do you solemnly swear in front of the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My full name is Igor Garrett Grove. I am a landlord to this property, 999 Northeast 120.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Paul Officer Ed Mason Lewis. Can you guys hear me clear?
We can.
Okay. This violation is in regards to certificate of use, business tax receipt for the current business that's there, which is Great Beef. I've made contact with both property owner as well as tenant, and so far it's just a matter of them obtaining their business tax. As of the final revision date, didn't I? And I believe Christian is requesting access on behalf of well.
Is that one of your tenants, Mr. Brew?
Yes, this is one of my tenants. That is correct.
Okay.
In the meantime, notice was handed to Christian was now certified. So, Mr. Barrett.
Christian, if you would.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm finding you, Magistrate. Nice to
Very
meet you.
well. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of acquaintances here today. Please state your full name and relationship to this property, and I guess we need to swear you in.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear in front of the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the whole truth, but so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
State your full name and relationship to the property.
Ernest Christian Mora. I'm the tenant, 999 Northeast 125th Street.
All right. Okay, so what's the business tax receipt for this particular tenant? Sorry, Officer Civil. Did you respond?
Yes, I did. Yes, it's for Christian, because he's the
Okay.
current business.
All right, Mr. Muir, did you hear the officer's testimony about you obtaining your business tax receipt?
I couldn't hear too well, but we've spoke a few times. So do you need to hear anything back from me first, or?
Yeah, we're just trying to see where we are in the process.
We have the last 3 items that the permit department needed from me and my architect has been turned in, and I am waiting for that to be cleared. It was an estimate, which was provided, a correction to an AC duct on the plan, which was provided, and I have the items on that he sent me, but it was something to do with plumbing to finish. So we had a huge list, and we seem to be very close to finishing up. He confirmed that he turned it in, if I'm correct, last week. The denial was given November 16, and it took him about 3-4 weeks to get it to me. I have been back and forth with him for many months now. We started this over, a year ago, and because of COVID, the first couple contractors I dealt with really gave me the runaround. The last one disappeared. So finally, this gentleman that I paid to do all the plans and all the submissions, he's the only one that's been very good with me in turning things in when it's requested. It's just that it takes a little while for the permits to come back so that they can send an email and say what's missing. But from what I see, we're very, very close.
Okay. Officer Beswick, you have something you'd like to add to this case?
Yes. They did apply for the circular use permit. I did an inspection, and during my inspection, I was going to discover that they do a complete renovation inside of the place without permit. So that's why it caused them from obtaining a circular use permit. They completely renovated the interior without permit.
Okay, so that's where the issue comes in.
All right.
All right. Okay, anything else?
The thing is, to be very honest with you, I paid probably over $15,000 to $20,000 to these contractors. I thought it was being done. I was remote. I was all the way in Sawgrass, and until I started paying attention to the situation here, I realized that I had to switch contractors. So when we hit with COVID, I got the runaround. So we're trying to rectify the situation. But if it was for me, I was never trying to avoid paying for the permits. In fact, I can find all the receipts and invoices that I've paid these people to do it. And up until now, the current architect and contractor that's helping me is the one that's trying to get me to, finalize the plan so we can, pay what we have to pay to get the permits.
All right, so we're really far out. So I will give you an abatement date of March 4th. Okay, so that gives you approximately 3 months to work it out and make it happen. So I do find in favor of the city, I enter an adjudication. You have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200. So I would say work diligently trying to get it done and, stay in contact with Officer St. Louis. Okay?
I will.
All right, good luck to you. Good luck to you both. Happy holidays. Good to see you, Christian.
Happy holidays. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right.
The next case is going to be item number 51, La Puerta Life Center Incorporated, case number FYBRR 00064, property at 95 2nd Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer of this case.
I have an Abraham Rivera. If you would enable your audio and video, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead.
Good
Will
morning.
you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah,
I do.
Thank
Sir, please state your full name for the record and your relationship to the property.
My name is Reverend Abraham Rivera. I'm the pastor and the owner of the church, 12495 Northeast 2nd Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Gary Belzick with the city of North Miami. Basically, I'm not sure if that's the gentleman I spoke to, I think yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. Well, basically, the property supposed to be under renovation, and basically, property owner at the time was told that property cannot be occupied until all renovations is completed. But the project been going on for a long time, and there's been vehicles there, so we're not sure what's going on inside. So what I told him, we need a report from a licensed engineer or architect, so we know exactly the condition of the building. I remember serving well, I think this is going on, I think probably about 2015 or 16, it's a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
So what has happened since 2015?
They was doing construction at the time. So
Okay.
basically the agreement was, being that it wasn't occupied, they can finish the construction but provide a 40-year recertification at the end of the construction.
Mhm.
But here we are in 2021. It look nice on the outside, but I don't know why. And it's all
Going on structurally, right?
Yeah, and there's all this vehicles, so we don't know what's going on inside. So that's why I told him that we need a report from a licensed engineer architect at the condition of the building.
Yeah.
And I think, just one second, Mr. Rivera, Officer Jean, did you want to add anything?
Gary brought this to my attention a couple of days ago regarding that, the property, the church there. And, you know, I agree with him. We knew we need the certification inspection report, basically just to give us idea of the condition of the property. Because sometimes some owners or even some applicants, they wait, like basically they're trying to do the repair, then give a clean report, but we need that report immediately so that way we can gauge, you know, what basically we use that as a reference of what needs to be done and what permits are being applied for. Reference off that initial report.
Okay, Mr. Pastor, Reverend, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, I don't argue with anything the officer Beswick said or the other officer. I do want to apologize. I'm actually ashamed that this has gone this far. He's right. We do have a permit, and we had a project manager who supposedly was taking care of this. And what he had informed me was that the 40-year certification, we could hold off until we did the renovation and got the permit done. And he even told me that he spoke to Officer Beswick once. But he left us, and he left everything in my lap, and I don't know anything. So I grabbed this paper, and that's why I called Officer Beswick, just thinking it was a formality. And he told me, no, you need a certification. So right there, when I hung up the phone yesterday with him, I got electrical engineer and a structural engineer, and they're going to be contacting me today and tomorrow to set up the inspection, to get the report, and to go to the city and do it. And you know, it's like I said, I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed of it. I want to be a blessing to the city. I don't want to be a burden to the city.
Let me ask you this question, because there is some question that we're trying to figure out. Is the place being used? Is it being used for anything?
Well, here's what we did. We got the permit, and since we got kicked out of the school we were renting because of COVID, so we started doing services outside. And then, but when it rained, sometimes, unfortunately, we did go inside. There's a part of the building that we haven't touched, but yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we are using a little bit, and we also do services in the front yard and sometimes in the backyard next to the water, and we have a little canopy and going. But yes, unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, but you see, well, see, that's the concern, that's the problem, because the reason why we hold off on adjudication of fine running is that the building has to be occupied at no time until completion of the renovation and the 40-year recertification.
Like I said, yesterday I got a new contractor and I got the two engineers, and hopefully they'll get, maybe this weekend get it inspected, and maybe next week we can go down to the city and pay and get that done, because like I said, I don't definitely want to be a violation.
Yeah, but
the concern that the city has, and frankly, that I have as well, Officer Rivera, we don't want to turn on the news and then, God forbid, you understand that the matter that we addressed today is on the news, and then we have casualties, etc. So this is what we're concerned about. What we're saying is there should not be any activities inside the building until such time that we get, what the city is requesting from your experts, right? From your engineers, etc. I don't know whether or not maybe you can get a tent I don't know how big your yard is, but there should not be any activities. There should not be any access to the building. Is that what I'm understanding,
yes.
Mr. Besser and Mr.
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a big parking lot, and we also have a paved section outside in the water.
Maybe you need a porta potty. What is it? A porta potty?
Porta
Okay. You probably need to add one or two in the yard, but you shouldn't allow access to the building until such time that you've gotten your certificate. So that's the concern, sir. And I'm sure you're concerned too about your congregation.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What we're gonna do is we've had the GC inspect everything that we're doing, but I'm definitely gonna get the structural engineers to do the 40-year, make sure it's safe, and then we'll just stay outside until that gets done, if that is okay.
Yes, sir. And
I just wanted to share again. I'm sorry, Madam Magistrate. Just want to share again. It's embarrassing, and I know I'm ultimately responsible for it, but they were telling me that it was a process that was taken care of, and I'm sorry. And now I am taking personal responsibility for it, and I'll make sure that gets done.
Okay. So based on the evidence presented, I do find that the violation exists. I find in favor of the city. I enter an adjudication. Sir, should we go with March?
Yeah.
Is March good for you?
Good.
Okay. Sir, you have. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Madam Magistrate. Before we make a decision, Mr. Rivera, how soon can they give you the report?
I called them yesterday when I hung up with Officer Besser. One of them called me back, the other one called me, and I'm hoping by the end of this week they can schedule a date to go out there. I don't know how long it takes, but I want to get out of it quick. As soon as I get it in my hands, I want to go over there. Matter of fact, I can go. I asked Officer Besser if I could go just pay the registration fee now. He said no, you have to bring the report. So it's to my benefit to get it done now.
Yeah, but the key is to keep the building vacant. That's the key.
Yeah. So we're gonna do the services outside.
Okay. So yeah, as soon as you have the report, bring it to our attention. If there's like an imminent date, well, it won't be that case. So that because the building not won't be occupied. So yeah, I don't see a problem with your decision, Madam Magistrate. It's not
okay. So we can keep it in March because I can move it up. It doesn't have to come back before me.
March is fine.
Right, Crystal?
March is fine.
March is fine? Okay. So, sir, you have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. And if not, there will be a daily fine amount because of the significance of this, $500. Okay?
Thank you, Madam. And again, I apologize to all for the inconvenience.
Thank you, sir. Happy holidays.
The next item on the agenda is going to be item number 4. Case is Madeline Alexander, case number CESEA 100003. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of October One fine set was $1,000 for 1850 Hibiscus Drive. Jose Perez is the officer.
So you're still muted.
Just give Ms. Alexander access to the meeting. You can enable your audio and video. We can get started.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think
before you do, ma'am,
yes,
we're going to swear you in.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear from the testimony about to give any proceedings shall be the truth, but of God. Yeah, I do.
I do.
All right. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
So my name is Madeline Alexander. I'm the owner of this property, 1850 Hibiscus Drive.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. We're going to allow Officer Perez to present his case first, and then we'll give you an opportunity to respond, okay?
Absolutely, thank you.
All right.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami, today we're in the case in regards to the property at 1850 Hibiscus Drive. This case was previously adjudicated. There has been several extensions granted since the case was originally opened. This is in regards to the seawall at the property that has started to collapse and is now in pretty bad shape. There are pictures attached to the case file. Essentially, it's in really bad shape and needs to be done. The property owner has applied for a permit. She shared some communication with me. However, this permit was applied for after the final inspection date of December. I believe it was December 9th, the inspection date that was set on there. However, they have started going through the process. She had communicated with me and advised that she was trying to get some quotes from several vendors to see which one could go before Durham and the city to get the proper permits and make the repairs. At this point in time, the city does not have any objections granting more time, considering and giving good faith that the property owner is going to go ahead and move forward with the repairs as she advised.
Okay, with or without an adjudication?
So it was already adjudicated. At this point in time, the city does not object to simply extending or granting more time as in tabling the case because she did apply for the permit. However, it was after the inspection date.
All right, ma'am, we're going to table it or till March 4th.
Madam
Okay.
Magistrate,
Too far?
Madam, yeah, I'm actually not in agreement with the officer at all. This is a safety hazard. This is a life and safety issue. I don't know when this case came before the last magistrate, but as you can see, the seawall is collapsing. And this could easily affect neighbors. God forbid, her process is going to require her to go to Durham. She's going to have to, if she's just responding to the city this week, that's really a problem for the city considering the gravity of the issue.
Is that area safeguarded, or are you still using the what is it? What do you call that there so that she can access her boat? What is that area called? The dock. Are you still using your dock, ma'am?
No.
And if her seawall were to collapse, magistrate, obviously that would affect her neighbors and on both sides of her property. At this state, we're not certified to know how severe this is at this point, but I would ask the building official to even take a look at these pictures and discuss where we are in terms of whether, I think Mark is extremely, the order has already been entered, and I can show the order here because I want to just see when the case was brought forth and what the date to comply was. So this was back in October. So again, is the building official here with us to take a look at these
Yes, Crystal, I'm here.
Okay, can you?
You want to share your screen?
It's shared.
Oh, share.
Being shared.
Okay, let me work there. Okay. So, and where's this located? What area? Is it
1850 Hibiscus and Keystone Point.
Keystone Point? Does he have? I mean, it looked like your pool's kind of a little ways from that, but what's gonna happen?
I mean, based on the investigation that I have done, these homes are on coral rock, so this is not filled in. And what happened is, due to the water and precisely because of iguanas digging this part of it fell in the water, or whatever came apart. Having said that, I just want to intervene and just mention that I have been working overseas for the past 20 years. I just repatriated to the United States in the summer. And with COVID, I couldn't get this done any sooner. I can show you actually me trying to get contractors via internet, to contract somebody to come and do this. It was nearly impossible. And I barely just managed to get a contractor now to come in. Yeah, I can show you correspondence from May. As soon as I got the notification from Officer Perez, I got on it, but I was in Bucharest, Romania, and I didn't have anybody here to really be mindful of my property. And I did get in touch with him. I explained to him the situation. I told him that I am going to take care of it. Right now, you can imagine I hired a permit expediter. I hired the engineer, the people who are going to do it. So the one thing that the city could do for me is approve my permit so I can start the work. There's no issue about the work. So I just wanted you all to be mindful of the entire story. I have not been ignoring this, and I have not, put it on the side burner, but rather dealt with it with priority. But I was limited. I couldn't even fly back.
So the concern is that you're not using that deck, or are you currently residing at the property, or is there a tenant there?
At this point, I have a tenant in there.
Okay, so is the tenant, what we're trying to prevent is a situation where this area collapses. So what we want to know is that area blocked off, or are they accessing it to access their boats?
They are not. I understand. They are not accessing it, but next to it, there is really no damage. I had somebody examine it. So we are going to fix that. Actually, with concrete, the engineer has explained that to me. We need to fill in that, and then we will plaster the wall. So it should be okay. Again, I'm not an engineer. I'm a CPA. I don't know. I am relying on all these people. All I did, I hired everyone, and by the way, it's
Officer Jean, I will defer to you. Based on what you're seeing, what is your recommendation?
Yeah, I mean, she definitely needs to do something, because she's gonna get so lost, and eventually, it's something might collapse, and definitely in a storm, or especially with rain, heavy rain. Miss Alexander, you said you have a permit, submitted a permit already?
Yes, I did. I had my permit expediter, his name is Fred Moss, and I have the permit number.
Okay, give me that permit number.
It's B like in boy, D like in day, 0 or O, I'm not sure.
Okay.
00/2021 00048.
48. Okay.
Magistrate, can we put this case again in February as opposed to, or whatever the abatement for January would be, so we can hear where she is come our next hearing, which is February.
Madam Clerk, do we have an abatement date in January? Because I think for February, I have February 7th.
We have.
Or is that 4th?
We have.
Say that again?
We have one for February.
Okay, so is it February 7th or 4th?
The 4th.
Okay, so ma'am, It would be February 4th is your wait a minute.
It's already adjudicated.
It's already adjudicated, so it's the hearing date. So it would be February 17th.
Correct.
Okay, so we're gonna reset your matter, and just to see where we are, because at this point, based on what the building official is saying, he's concerned that this area may collapse, and we need to see where we are and what progress has been made on your case. Okay, Mr. Jean, if you're speaking, somehow we can't hear you.
And Madam Magistrate, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a look at the permit to see basically where it's at, to see if we can expedite it for her with this situation. So hopefully by that time she'll have something in her hand she can go progress.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, so-
I'm really dependent on the city right now to approve it. The contractor is not gonna come in. And you know, these contractors, they don't just like snap in next day, you know? So I'm doing my best to.
Okay, so February 17th is so that we can see where both the city and your contractors, where we are,
Yeah,
okay?
what about, I mean, I could submit, I already put a down payment of, I think, $8,000 on the contract already. I paid the contractor already.
Okay.
Make sure they go.
You can't, go ahead, Mr.
Sorry.
Perez.
Make sure they go and apply to the county with Durham, because that is a very important process of seawall repair. And they could actually even apply for the emergency repairs with Durham, which would expedite the service through Durham.
All right. Okay, so we'll see you back here in February, ma'am. Thank you. And, you know, obviously stay in touch with Officer Perez if you have any questions in terms of the process.
When will I expect the permit to be processed, Mr. Jean?
Okay, he cannot answer that for you right now. We're
Yeah.
gonna have other cases and other matters to get through, so you can feel free to contact the city, okay?
Great, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure, happy holidays.
The next case is item 62 for Pagan, case number CEST 100032. Property address is 13270 Northwest 6th Avenue. This case for Aaron Barber.
Anthony Pagan. You should be able to access the meeting. Anthony Pagan, please enable your video.
Please swear in.
Pilar?
I don't see it. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Can you unmute your mic, please? Can you please raise your right hand?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give, these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
We lost her.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
We heard her before. You must have typed something. I'm being patient. I need to use the restroom, so.
We can take a 5.
Now I could hear.
You're coming in and out. Whatever you're touching, stop touching it once we're able to hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
How about now? Say something. Let's see if we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Don't touch anything else. Just tell us your full name and relationship to the property. We lost you again.
Yeah, it's probably your AirPod. You may want to just not use the AirPod.
Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I removed my,
That's good. We can hear you. Just
Yes,
tell us your
perfect.
full name and relationship to the property, please.
my name is Denise Pagan. I am the wife for Anthony Pagan.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Officer Barber?
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case is referenced,
I can't
And-
hear her.
this case is referenced in an ad for short-term rental at 13270 Northwest 16th Avenue. And as of the final
can't
reach.
hear.
Okay, ma'am, we're gonna have to pass your case so that you can get your stuff in order. We have a lot of other attendees' cases that needs to be heard.
Can't hear nothing.
Okay.
Right,
well,
pass her case, please.
You want to take a 5-minute recess, magistrate?
You muted me?
Yes, let's do that. All right, 5 minutes, guys.
Recording stopped.
Magistrate, you ready?
I'm ready.
Clerk, are you there? All right, awesome. Well,
Ms. Bacon says she's on the phone. She called in.
Recording in progress.
All right, Ms. Pagan, you're there?
no. She's not here. Let me add her back to the. Ms. Pagan, if you, let's try it again. All right, you've got to accept the invitation to join the meeting. That I'm still, let's move to the next case, Pilar. She's not accepting the invitation.
Okay. The next item is item 2 through 8. The first case is going to be, I'm going to call all of them in record, magistrate.
Hang on. I'm sorry, hang on. Looks like she just joined us. We could just try to get this one done. Ms. Pagan, you're going to need to enable your audio and video now. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, we're good now?
Another device, you're going to need to mute that device.
Should I hang up the phone?
Can you mute it?
Okay, now can you hear me?
Good. Can you hear us? I
Yes,
think the
ma'am.
issue was you couldn't hear us. Okay.
Sorry about all that. It's just that I'm in class and I had to walk out. I'm having like an intensive class. My
Okay.
dad had a heart attack yesterday, had Anthony in bed. He has heart conditions. Hasn't been easy.
I'm sorry to hear that. We'll
Yeah.
try to make it,
No, it's fine.
quickly as possible for you.
No rush. I'm in 10-hour cram school anyways.
She was already sworn in, right? You sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How are you? How's everybody today?
Very well, thank you. Officer Barber?
Okay, this is a new case regarding short-term rental, an ad for a short-term rental at 13270 Northwest 16th Avenue. As of the final recheck date, there was an ad on the Airbnb site for this property. Share the ad in the TCM. Thank you. As you can see, it is the front of the property.
Any other photos here, Aaron, or just the ad?
Just the ad. Yeah, there was a.
They have
yeah.
60 reviews?
Yeah. Let me understand something. We just purchased the house. We're not from this area. We never knew you cannot do Airbnbs because the gentleman when we purchased the house from, he said that he was doing that with half of his house. So we didn't know this is something new. I mean, we just joined, you know what I mean? And this year, and we didn't know there was nothing wrong with it. We were never told that you can do that when you bought the house and the closing. So this is something we did not know. So when we received this letter, we're like, whoa, okay, how come nobody ever told us that? You know, it's something fresh to know. Also, the pandemic hit. My husband had a pacemaker since he was 8 years old. And so, you know, it was just something that we started to help out, you know, through the struggle of the pandemic. You know, I am a mom of 4 kids and a grandma as well. So anything to put food on the table is what was required, and we didn't know it was not allowed. Like, it was very new to us. We only could have went by what the seller told us previously buying the house. We purchased the house in June of last year.
Okay. How soon can you take the ad down?
Well, if as soon as you tell me, but I have reservations already done, right? I didn't have knowledge of this, you know? This is all new. So let me just look at the application. So I have. So Airbnb is just illegal, period. No, I'm sorry, the reason why it sounds stupid, the question, I don't know, so I'm trying to get info, so I know, not to make a mistake.
Absolutely. Okay, let me allow, Officer Patterson to respond.
Yeah, so, Ms. Hagan, I believe that we had sent you an initial notice, making you, before we got to the court today, you received a number of notices making you.
I received one notice on my door, that's it, only one.
Okay, well, the city has sent out several notices via certified mail, along with the notices that were posted at your property as an addition.
That's what I was gonna tell you, I never got a notice on the mail. I got a notice in a bag, the door.
You would allow me to finish, so I can help better clarify for you where the city stands in terms of short-term rentals. When was the property originally cited, Aaron?
September 8th, 2021.
Okay. So the city says that you are not, that single-family residents are not permitted to advertise their property for short-term rent. In addition to that, the city says that you are not permitted to rent your property more than 4 times a year for 90 days, for less than 90 days at a time. So it's unfortunate that you weren't aware. I hate to say this, but ignorance of the law is not necessarily is not a viable reason to not know the law. These are the city's rules. They're available online. They were on all of the notices. And so, unfortunately, we understand that you have someone prepared to rent the space, but the violation exists. And whatever you choose to do moving forward really doesn't concern the city. But I believe, magistrate, that in this case, the city has met its burden, and we would request an adjudication and a fine set.
Well, can you waive a fine? I'm just telling you, my dad had a heart attack. My husband's in bed with heart conditions. I know nothing about this.
We understand and we empathize. The fines are going to be set, and if you fail to comply, then the fines can move forward. I would also add, at this time, you only have one case that's specific to the advertisement. If in the event there is someone renting the unit and it comes to the city's awareness that someone is renting the unit, either by the police department or a neighbor making a complaint, that would result in a subsequent case, another violation that could potentially cost you up to $15,000. So the decision is yours. Again, we empathize with your personal situation. However, unfortunately, this is where the city stands in terms of its policy regarding short-term rentals.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is you're going to give him another chance?
The magistrate is going to rule on the case.
The magistrate is the judge.
Based on the evidence presented, ma'am, I do find that you are in violation of the city code. I find in favor of the city. I enter an adjudication.
What does that mean? I'm so sorry. This is new to me.
I find that you are in violation. Correct? You're in violation of city code. You're not supposed to.
We weren't aware, but we're learning this today, ma'am.
Understood. But going forward, not only, again, you're going to have this adjudication, but going forward, if you become a repeat offender, like Officer Patterson said, I can fine you up to $15,000. And you're indicating that you're in school, your father had a heart attack, and your husband.
My dad right now is in the OR getting stents placed.
And I'm sorry you're going through all of this, but that's where we are. Okay, and I don't know if you've heard the cases that were called before yours.
I was in class.
Freddie had a fine for $15,000, so that's what you're looking at. 15 grand. And so that needs to stop. Are we requiring a daily fine amount in a payment date?
Yes, magistrate, because this is an ad at this point. So yeah.
Okay, so the abatement date, I can do either the February 4th or the March 4th.
Wait, what is this for?
We haven't.
For you to put down the ad, to stop advertising your place for short-term rentals.
Now, let me ask you a question. Somebody came in 4 days ago and they're still there. They're there for an additional 3 days. What do I do? Do I have to take them out? I'm asking, like,
I understand, but let me handle one case at a time, and then you probably need to call the city for your other questions, because I would rather you not put any more on the record. How's that? You deal with that with the city. But for my purpose here today, I give you the abatement date of February 4th. I think that's plenty of time. And there will be a daily fine amount, ma'am, of $500. So handle it.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask a stupid question. I just wanna make sure I'm understanding properly. So you said I have to.
Give me 1 second, ma'am. What was your question?
I was going to say that I think actually for the residents' benefit, it's probably better to order that the ad is removed immediately so that she's not continuing to rent and that she doesn't find herself in a situation with a subsequent case for the actual rentals. And she's having some difficulties understanding the process and the differences.
No, I'm not having difficulties. It's that I just never understood the process and I know about the process. So I'm just asking a question.
I'm happy to talk to you off the record after we close out the case, but I think for this, for your best interest, because we do know the policy, we don't want to have to write you up again. I would ask magistrate that you require that the ad be removed immediately and set the penalty for failure to do so.
I give her the abatement date. I give her, it's in her best interest for her to do it ASAP, but the only abatement date I have is in March. It's in February. I'm sorry.
You can rule a separate date. That's standard for the hearing, but in this case, you can rule a separate date that we would record on her order. So if you want to do 10 days, 15 days, we can still rule and then make that the requirement for this specific case.
I didn't want to do a random date, but if anything, since we're in the middle of December, then it would bring me to January. I don't have a list for January. Madam Clerk, do you want to give me a date? And Miss, I'll call you Mrs. Kagan because I apologize. I didn't write down your name. It will probably serve you well to read the statute, read the code in terms of the short-term rentals so that you don't run into this again. Because you seems like you're having a lot of, different financial issues with your family, which I understand. But if this is the only way for you to get some more income, it's not going to work in your favor. Okay? Because the more the city gets called out to your location, it's just an additional violation on top of that, and each violation, and now you become a repeat offender. Not a bad person. It's not a reflection on you personally, but you become a repeat offender.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So
you can use an abatement date of January the 6th, which is 3 weeks from today.
Okay, so January 6th, ma'am. By January 6th, I want the ad off the site. Okay, I want it down. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you. Have a happy holiday.
Thank you.
Same to you. Bye.
The next items are 2 through 8 for 127 Apartment LLC. All these cases are new and for the same property. The first case is CEBPR 2021-00096, CEMHS 2021-00056, CEMHS 2021-00057, CEMHS 2021-00058, CEMHS 2021-00060, CEMHS 2021-00070, CEMHS 2021-00072, The property address is 1359 Northeast 127th Street, and Aaron Barber is the officer.
I have Leah Okondo here on behalf of this property. If you would enable your audio and video, please. Your audio as well?
Not yet.
Nope.
Pretty good.
You're gonna need
Good
to,
afternoon.
you have two devices. You're gonna need to mute one of them.
Okay, you have to mute that.
Go ahead and swear in, please.
Ma'am, can you please raise your right hand so that I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
I have here with me Alexa Quiroz.
So I'm gonna need you again to mute one of your devices.
Okay, we're ready.
Aaron, can you?
Oh, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This first case reference building without a permit at the apartment 1359 Northeast 127th Street. When I was at the property doing a housing inspection, I noted that there were several areas where concrete, it appeared there maybe there had been cracks, large patches in the concrete done without permits, windows installed in one of the units, no permits. There was a door installed, security cameras, and lighting. Everything was done without permits. And as of the final recheck date on December 3rd, there were still no permits. In addition, the repairs made to the concrete at the north side of the building, not, in my opinion, that not very good repairs. They're already cracking again.
So Aaron, all of your cases were called into the record. So if you can just discuss the photos that's before the magistrate and discuss all of these cases as well.
Okay, shown there in front of Unit 202, that was just some excessive storage that has since been removed. One of the cases was for storage on balconies and storage in the walkway. The storage issues have been resolved. The issues remaining are the work that was done without permits, and as you can see, there are a lot of compromised areas in the concrete, the second floor, third floor, and railings. At one point, there had been a permit open to have all the, because most of the railings has wood attached to the top. There you can see the wood in this photo here.
Are these upper floors that we're looking at?
Yes, yes, second and third floors. So this is one of the cracks in one of the stairwells going up. That's on the north side of the building. Rebar rusted, appears to be rusted rebar exposed. Again, compromised stairwell areas. But there is quite a bit of concrete damage that I could see. The roof itself has a concrete, one of the repairs that was done without permits. It's just sort of patched over with concrete and then painted. But the roof has a concrete fascia, and that looks compromised as well in many locations where it could, at some point, my opinion, I believe it could come down. Pieces of it could come down. That's a really.
Are they trying? Are there some patchwork being done on?
They did do quite a bit of patching. However, it was nothing was done with permits. I don't. It may or may not have been done the correct way. Again, some of the patching that was done that I noted on my first inspection, when I did the final recheck, those areas were cracked again. So whatever the issue is that's causing the cracking has not been remedied. It's just sort of covering over where the cracks are. So these are, some of the railings as well, rusted out, need to be changed. But these, the different cases that are open are for balcony cracks, work done without permits, cracks around the ceiling, and cracks in the concrete. And I have another case, I didn't see the photos for that. There's a swimming pool, the swimming pool area. That's item number 6. Is okay. The pool had been demolished some time ago with permits. However, the work that was done, the demolition work was either incomplete or just not up to par. There's when the photos come up, you'll see there's exposed broken tile and coping from the levels not being. There we go. That's the old demoed pool. And this is what it looked. This is what it looked like. This is from September 9th, but this is what it still looked like on my reinspection. They have a basketball hoop set up over in this area now, but it's just it's unsafe. The way the jagged tile and concrete and coping are still protruding. Again, the trash issues, those have been resolved. It's just the pool. There are some common areas with concrete where the concrete is cracked. The parking lot is also concrete, and there are some cracks in the parking lot as well. That is, bear with me. Let's see, parking lot. Yeah, that's item number 8.
I'm going to ask the building inspector, building official, Mr. Jean, based on what you're seeing, if there are any health and safety issues that you're concerned about, because if we have children in this building, just anyone actually, elderly who can trip and fall, based on all the cracks, all the missing bars. And I heard cracked in the ceiling, but we know that's a big concern. Just the structure itself of the building seems compromised. So I just want to hear from you, based on your expertise, what you think?
Thank you, Madam Magistrate. The thing that concerns me are the balconies, because the railings are not, it seems there's some main posts that are not intact, so it's really unsafe, those railings. And being that they're upper floor, so that's like a imminent danger. That's the main thing that concerns me. So I think there should be some type of safeguard that should be placed, either something that could be built out of not plywood, but 2x4s for the time being. But where are they at with the recertification on this property?
Well, that's where our concern based on that question. As I'm looking at the report, that an engineer by the name of Eric Sabella, he signed off on the property in October of this year with a clear report that everything is fine. I'm looking, based on the pictures I'm looking at now, that's contradicting this report. So we have a major concern with this building. Leah, who's this engineer?
This engineer was hired
We have now a DC that is in charge of doing the 40 years. But if I may say, I don't want to excuse the company. You guys know that Coinco has been around for some years. This particular property, we had like 2 apartments. Who were they what? 4, 5, and 3, 10, both Section 8 tenants. They brought a lot of people, undesirable people, and they threatened all of our workers, including Joseph, who lives next door in the little building on 128 inspectors. And we have security guards since November last year. We finally evicted these 2 families, one in August, one in September. And it's when we finally are getting safer. Nobody wanted to go to work in that building. It was really difficult. I know, Inspector, I know that it's our obligation. But we called the police several times. We tried to deal with this. It was a very difficult time.
Okay.
Now,
it's okay. Okondo.
Yes.
All right. What I want to get to, I don't think that those 2 families caused the cracks in the buildings, the ceilings, the staircases, the rails.
Today I'm here in front of the building department. I came with our process. He does all the permitting for us. And we already hired the architect. He's gonna do the plans, and we're gonna do that. Now, the permit for the railings, we try to extend it today, but they require something and letter from the DC. We can do an emergency, like whatever you guys decide. I can meet with the inspector if we can do it by force until we do the final repair. Whatever has to be done, we'll do.
Okay, Leo, this is what I was getting at. I'm looking at the 40-year recertification that was provided by you guys. Iron steel by engineers stated that no structural deficiency found during inspection that required permit required repair. So that's false. So based on the pictures that I just saw, to the building official, I'd like to resend the recertification letter that I sent you guys, because based on the pictures that I just saw on this report, it's contradicted. In my opinion, the building is not in compliance with the 40 years, because you do have issues that require permit and repairs. So basically, we'd also like that engineer to come to our office.
Okay. Send the letter. I'll hand it to him.
Also, if I could add, there's an issue included with the cases for this property, dumpster enclosure needing to be repaired with permits. Not quite a huge issue, but also on item number 7, shows some of the areas around the soffit fascia area of the roof where there appears to be some compromised concrete, mold in areas where it's cracking, where that could, in my opinion, at some point some of that could come down. I have seen it happen in the past with some of the buildings. So I don't know whether or not the building has roof damage.
What I did, today they explained to us that we have to pull a permit for all these, another extended one for the railing and a separate one for the park. So we're going to be getting 3 different permits. For the big one, which has the concrete repairs and all that, we have to submit it in Durham, and once approved in Durham, then we come back. But for the railings, I can assure you that I'll get my DC or DC to get the repairs in the balconies, at least for the protection of the tent. Okay?
Mr. Jean, Officer Jean,
Yes, Madam Magistrate?
what do you want to see happen within the next, I don't know, 15, 30 days? What would you want to see happen?
What we're gonna do, we're gonna take back the approval for the 40-year. And, we're gonna ask that, for them to present another recertification from another engineer, since this engineer is not being truthful. And also to have them come into my office Monday morning to propose a temporary balcony or a temporary railing, until they get the permanent railing in, because that is really unsafe, and anyone that would lean on that would give way.
Okay. So when would you like?
Mr. Kondo, 1 second, please. 1 second.
So as soon as they can, possibly next week, to present something to the building department, because that should, and there's no way we can kind of close off the main egress. If there's a fire, we can't really close that off. But the best we can do, possibly put something kind of on the inboard, like a temporary railing for the time being. But that needs to be done next week. I would say no more than 7 days, even.
You said temporary, I'm sorry, you said temporary railing?
Yeah, temporary safeguard, temporary railing, that needs to be done immediately, and
within the next 7 days?
Or less. I don't know if it could be, I'll give them, no more than 7 days.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you writing those things down, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Temporary railing within the next 7 days. And that's going to be where? Where exactly on the property?
Well, they would have to get either their engineer. I don't know if they have a new engineer engaged.
In fact, what I would say to the city is that, and I don't know where Crystal is, the fact that this engineer would sign his name on this documentation, maybe the city needs to maintain a list of who these people are that are falsifying information, because based on what I'm seeing here, I don't understand how an engineer can tell the city that everything is all right when we can clearly see structural damages, cracks. You understand? Things that have put people out, based on what we know now, with what happened with Surfside, it's inconceivable that an engineer would submit something to the city with his signature, telling the city that everything is good, when clearly it's not. There is clearly a safety and health issue for everybody in that community. And every tenant or property owner, I don't know if it's a condominium, I don't know if it's a rental property, everyone who lives in that building, everyone who goes there to visit a relative, everybody is in danger in that building. And so you guys need to take note of this engineer's name and ban him from the city. This is ridiculous.
But also add that, Mr. Building Official, you may want to consider reporting that to PR.
Okay, for the board.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Licensing board. But perhaps there is a separate conversation we can have in terms of verifying these licensed professionals, so to speak. But that's
so other than the temporary safeguard that you'd like to see within the next 7 days, anything else?
And Madam Magistrate, if I could tighten up the deadline, I guess, end of Tuesday, because, basically, we have like a danger that, I don't want it to leave it too long. I don't know if we could do it end of day Tuesday. They can propose a temporary railing in front of, but at the direction of the engineer or a licensed engineer or a licensed architect, other than the person who submitted the report. That report.
All right, so strike 7 days. Next Tuesday would give us what, 5 days? Wait, today's Thursday.
I guess 3 business, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 days, yeah, the end of business.
If you give them 5 business days, it bring us back to the 7 days.
Oh, no, the 20, sorry, Madam Magistrate, the 21st, so,
So by Tuesday, the 21st.
21st, 3 p.m.
Okay.
to present.
PM. What do we have to, I'm sorry, let me make sure I'm understanding. By Tuesday, the 21st at 3 PM, we need to have corrected the balconies?
No, present something for into the building department for correction, then we'll
A temporary correction.
correction from the engineer, then we'll give you another tighter deadline to complete the work.
Okay.
And, I mean, yeah, even upon looking at the document, we may say to go ahead and complete, go ahead with the temporary safeguard.
And will that also include, excuse me, the area around the roof, the concrete soffit area surrounding the entire building? Because that again, that's also I do have photos of those if you need to see them now on item number 7. But yeah, there's quite a bit of damage up there as well. That's just goes around the entire building.
Basically, potential spalling of those areas they kind of fix superficially, right? Is that
So the engineer is to give us a proposal as to how to protect those areas until they're properly fixed, right?
With the railings, he's going to propose a temporary safeguard in front of that, either made out of wood, with the detail.
If I may, Madam Magistrate, we've got quite a lengthy.
Okay.
Still, this is certainly something that the property owner can continue to discuss with the building official.
Okay.
The only reason why I wanted this, because I didn't want to give an abatement date into February or March when the building inspector wants things done ASAP based on his, based on what he's seeing, based on his experience. I will rule, but before I go setting abatement dates, that's way down the line. If something needs to be taken care of right now, I need that to be part of the record. I need that to be part of the order. So everything that Officer Jean just said, I want that as part of the order that needs to be done immediately within the next few days.
Okay.
And I want to repeat everything you said, Mr. Jean, because you said it so much better than I can.
Okay.
Mr. Kondo, if you could reserve your questions for the building official for after he responds to the magistrate in terms of what needs to be done, so we can get it on the order and move the committee.
So can I do that now, or I come here personally?
For him, after your case has been heard, you can come to the city. He's physically at the city. Feel free to come by right after. But Mr. Building Official, if you can just give the specifics by the magistrate's request.
Okay.
And Madam Magistrate, I want to add, because there's the potential spalling. It looks to me they did superficial patchwork. So I would, get one of the engineer also or architect to basically direct which areas to kind of go through, and if they need to knock out any loose debris, basically they can to do that as well. Provide direction on how to go about to do that while the permit documents are being worked.
Okay. All right.
My apologies. What was the name of the engineer again? The name of the engineer?
ERIK.
You can keep his name off of that for now. The city can deal with that separately. It was just a recommendation. Just you guys maintain your own list. You know better than I how to run that. But thanks to my building official. Okay, so I find in favor of the city based on the information and the evidence presented. I find that the violation exists. I find that there are health and safety hazards that needs to be addressed immediately. I enter an adjudication and ask for each and every charge. And I don't know, I can't go down the list, but each one that has anything to do with crack on the concrete, the ceiling, the balcony, etc., that I will enter a daily fine amount of $1,000. And for I think the storage you indicated has been removed. For the dumpster, there's something about the dumpster. I can't recall exactly.
It just needs to be repaired with
It's
permits.
damaged and needs to be
Yes,
repaired.
with permits.
So that I would enter also an adjudication. I would give them until, that one is not so much of a safety issue, but we can give them until March 4th, and the daily fine amount is $500. Did that cover every one of your 8 cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Barbara?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you got everything?
Yes, the pool, there was one for the pool. Would that be the same as?
1,000? Yes. Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is going to be item number 40 for Enterprise 305 LLC.
Hold on, before you move on, I do have 3 cases as well for Via Cotto.
Which 3 cases are those?
It's CoinCo investment for 545 Northeast 121st Street.
Is it the same property owner?
Same property.
Yeah.
Same property?
Not same property, different property, same owner.
So that's item 30, 31, and 32. Case number CEMA test 2021-00062, CEMA 2021-00065, and CEMA test 2021-0069 for property 545 Northeast 121 Street.
Mr. Kondo, can you start your video, please?
Is she still there? Was she aware that she has another case?
Yeah, she's still here. Mr. Kondo? She's still signed in.
Okay. You have another matter here. You're being heard today, so we're gonna just hear that as well.
Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, Port Office St. Louis. The first one ending in 0062 in reference to the damaged well. Go ahead and have the property side, the swell area in front of 545 North First. The second one is also in reference to there's railing we found. There's crack on the concrete pillars along the rails. Is to get permit to have that there. And then the last one for ending in 0069 is to apply permits for crack on the property. There are a couple of chip balcony ends as well as cracks within the top of the floor.
You said cracks in the soffit. Did you also say cracks in the balcony? I missed that.
Yes, the end of the balcony, like, give me one.
Are these cracks of the staircase or?
Those are the threads which needs to be placed.
Okay.
That's included in the violation as well, but the cracks are within the pillars, the concrete railing.
You said there are cracks in the concrete pillars?
Yes, as you see right here.
Oh, yes, okay. All right.
For the one ending in 005, for the 00 ending in 009. There's some cracks here.
Just the ceiling?
That's the ceiling on the second floor, I believe, if I remember correctly, as well as a couple of the other floors cracked as well. One of the balcony has chips ending.
Okay. I don't know if the chip is so much of a concern. Mr. Jean, did he leave?
And the property also.
Madam Magistrate, yeah, I'm here. I was discussing with, we're trying to find out where are they with the 40-year recertification, because with the cracks in those concrete, I guess, I won't
The
say
ceiling
thickness.
is confirmed, very concerning. The cracks in the ceiling, maybe the pillars are, as well, but the ceiling, it's like it's through the entire ceiling is cracked.
And I think this is actually a better indication of the chip balcony here.
Mhm.
As well as the property.
The ceiling, I'm not an engineer, but the ceiling, I believe, is where, like, where two buildings joined together. And that's what I think it is.
Okay, I see the crack balcony. Is this the crack that you showed us earlier?
Yes, that's another section. So that's more towards the ceiling. The soffit near the roof.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Magistrate, we're trying to see where are they with the 40-year?
Okay.
With to see the age of the property.
I believe
But-
the 40-year was going to that property.
Which year?
2017?
2017, based on Eden's record.
The age of the building is 2017?
No, the 40-year certification for the building, according to our Eden's record, is showing that it was completed in 2017.
2017. Madam Magistrate, we'll need engineer to address those and address those. Provide a letter addressing those balconies, and also there'll be need a permit for some concrete restoration work for those balconies. The balcony and the concrete railings there.
Mm-hmm.
And any other items of concern that the engineer feels, Florida structural engineer sees of concern.
Okay. And does March works for you, or is this too far out?
Do you have something for February?
Yes, I have something for February 4th.
Okay.
Well, that's the abatement date. The one February 4th, or I did January 15th. Did I do something January 15th? And then we can.
We can give them something in February, but I'll need that letter, as soon as possible, because the structural engineer would direct, if any measures, safety measures need to be put in place, any chipping that would need to occur to avoid anything, any falling debris.
Okay, since we're into the holidays, can I go, is 20 days work for you?
How many days, Madam?
Does 20 days work for you?
Yeah, that would, to get the letter from the engineer stating any precautionary measures that they need to do. Yeah,
Yes.
that would work.
Okay, so what date, what does that give us, Madam Clerk? What's 20 days from here?
I believe it's January the 4th.
Okay, so it needs to be on the building official's desk by January 4th. The structural engineer's report, or a report or a letter?
A letter instructing, precautionary measures that need to be take place, then the permit document will follow after that.
Okay. All right, so for my purpose, I do find that the violation exists. I enter an adjudication. I find in favor of the city. Okay. I know I give a January 4th date, so now I'm trying to decide, at this point now, can I bring it to March back before and see where we are, or do you guys want me to set it for January?
You would be setting it for February, Magistrate?
Yeah, I meant February. So set it for February. And what is it? You won't know what type of work you want them to do until you get the report, correct, Mr. G?
Yeah, from the engineer, yeah, because they'll have to submit for repairs. Basically, it'll be a concrete restoration repair.
Okay, so then it's hard for me to give a daily fine amount is my issue. And an abatement date.
Well,
you understand?
So your ruling could be that they need to get that report to the building official by that date, but then have a separate abatement date for February with a return in March.
I guess what I'm having issue is that the building official won't know what type of work needs to be done to rectify the violation until such time that he gets the report or the letter from the engineer. So for me to give an abatement date for the work to be done and a daily fine amount, I don't know what.
I think the difference is that the building official came to discuss the report, but that's not what's before you today. What's before you today is, which, I mean, he's giving additional information, but that technically, that's not what's before the magistrate today. What's before you today is the cases with reference to, one is specific to a minimum housing standard. Actually, all three are minimum housing standards. One specific to repairing the sod in the swale, or repairing the damaged swale. The other is property maintenance. And then the other is in reference to the exposed rebar and crack. So the 40-year recertification, I believe, had actually been done in 2017, is a separate issue from what's before you today, Magistrate. I mean, I'm with you that, they kind of work hand in hand, but I think that we're saying that the violation does exist and that. I
ruled that. I ruled the violation exists and I enter an adjudication. Mr. Jean, you wanted to say something before I complete my ruling?
No, I mean, at the same time with, that they're preparing the letter, they can prepare the documents of permit document for submission as well. I just need that letter so that way we can I can have some direction from a design professional saying that what needs to be done.
May I say something?
Yes, Mrs. Armando. Yes.
Okay. If you are available, business official, I'll come tomorrow with either the engineer or the QC or the architect, and we're gonna try to get to the letter noting as soon as the engineer is available. If he can give us a letter next week, I'll bring it to you. I would not wait. The only reason that I will not get the letter next week is if the engineer is not available, but if he's available, I'll get it to you next week.
Okay, I'm just giving a time frame. You guys can work around it and you can do it earlier than the time frame that we have given. You just cannot do it afterward or later than that. Otherwise, you will start accumulating a daily fine amount. So based on the evidence presented, I'll give you an abatement date of February 4th and a daily fine amount of based on what I'm seeing is structural, a daily fine amount of $750. Now,
Your Honor, can you do March, please? We're gonna be working on 2 different buildings.
Okay,
Please.
I can do March 4th. I can do March 4th. And in the meantime, you continue to work with the building department, building officials, and then they can tell you, how to move the process along. But we'll see you in March. What's the hearing date in March?
17th.
Okay, so we'll see you on March 17th. Again, the daily fine amount is $750. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
The next item,
Madam Magistrate, sorry.
the next item is item 40, Enterprise 305 LLC, case number CESEA 2021-00002. This was previously adjudicated, an abatement date of October 21st. The fine set was $500. The property address is 1865 Keystone Boulevard. Jose Perez is the officer.
Who is the, who's here, Raymond Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson, are you there?
Hi, it's actually Casey Flitman on behalf of Mr. Robinson at Robinson Law, and we represent Enterprise 305 LLC. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you an attorney or?
No, I'm an attorney. We're here on behalf of obviously Enterprise 305 LLC. I understand that this was previously adjudicated. Our client never received any notice of the prior hearing or even copies of the notices of violation that were sent via certified mail. We pulled all the tracking numbers with the certified mail and it shows that they weren't delivered. As far as the certification tracking for the September 21st hearing, it was sent to Colorado. So we weren't here on September 21st, 2021. We only learned of this violation because we were handling another matter and we called the city and they told us, hey, you have this hearing on December 16th. At that point, we did a public records request, which is how we got all of this information. So we're trying to figure out what's going on. I spoke to the city attorney yesterday and she said we can take a continuance. But I think our concern is whether or not there's any fees that are running on the property as of right now. And like I said, there was no notice sent to our client about this. The property posting, no one's at that property. There's a stop work order. No one's been there. No one's been there for many, 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 many months. So I guess if we can get some clarity on the situation.
Okay. Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. It's over here in the case in regards to the property at 1865 Keystone Boulevard. So the notices were sent to the registered property address with the county, as well as the registered agent with Sunbiz. In this case, it's an inactive corporation with Sunbiz, and it was sent to a mailing address off of Coconut Grove. I'm not sure if anyone is familiar with the address. However, the city is obligated to send to the registered agent and the registered address on the file. The other address that's on file here is 12555 Biscayne Boulevard. Is that no longer a correct address?
No, that is the correct address. And like I said, if you go and you track all the certifications, for the April 7th affidavit of posting and notice of mailing of the violation, and again tracking number 7480, we have that it was never actually delivered. And I don't know, it's still, I don't know if you can see, in transit to the facility as to that tracking number. It was never delivered for all of the certified mailings, but for the one for the affidavit of posting for the hearing on September 21st, if you look at what the certified tracking number is that's attached to the notice, That's not the notice that you actually have, the tracking number that you actually put in paragraph 2. But so the tracking number, it was delivered to Colorado. So that's definitely not the 1255. I don't know if you can see it. That's not the 1255 Biscayne Boulevard address. So I don't know where the discrepancy is, but it is the proper address. We're just not getting the notifications there.
Okay, that's bizarre. I mean, the city doesn't have any objections with the continuance. However, now that you've been made aware, or your client has been made aware of the violation, they do need to make some repairs to that seawall. So we look forward in good faith that that is something that could get resolved.
Right, and as far as the any fines that are running though, I know that when we spoke to the city, they said there was only $100 administrative fee, but we want to make sure that there's nothing like that's running on the property right now.
I haven't ratified the fine yet. And so we will continue it to give you an opportunity to, I'm sorry, I see the building official is here. Let me give him an opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Madam Magistrate. The reason I put on the camera there, I heard seawall.
Right. And again, if we could pull up the pictures, because again, just like the last case, the city mailed notice to the addresses on file. We don't have the burden of having to present return receipt for our policy. So provided that the notices were mailed to the specific queue, and unless there's an error that the officer is omitting to hear on record, we met the burden of notice. In terms of the actual the violation, I'd like to put the pictures on record and ensure that the magistrate sees the pictures, understands the gravity of the issue, and ensure that permits are pulled as soon as possible and the work commences right away. I'm sure that the property owner is aware that their seawall is collapsing. I think these issues have been around for quite some time. What's the case number, please, clerk?
DESEA 2021-000.
Case number here on the agenda.
Number 40 on the agenda. And the pictures begin, I believe, on the 5th page of the attachments. And that's the seawall on the right side.
Okay, tell me what I'm looking at.
I wanted to ask, they have a engineer already secured, looking at this in terms of the collapsed seawall section?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Ms. Robinson. Yes.
I don't know at this time. When I spoke to our client yesterday, they said that they had previously tried to pull a permit to repair the seawall. At some point, it was denied the application for the permit only because there was a dispute with the city, and the city claimed that they owned this portion of the seawall. I wasn't able to find any kind of application for permit. That's something that we're definitely looking at. We understand, though, that if it has to be repaired, they're willing to repair it, of course. I believe, like I said, they had tried a while ago to do it, but the application for permit was denied.
I didn't see any record for any previous applications that have been submitted for the seawall.
It may have been like 2008. I was able to find an application for permit and a permit in 1994, but I wasn't able just to see any applications that were denied.
But typically, it gives them some directions in terms of why it was denied and what they need to do to rectify.
Well, it was denied because it was, according to what my client said, it was denied because he didn't own the seawall. The city was claiming that they owned the seawall, that portion of the seawall the city owned. That's what I was told.
But this would be a very important letter for him to keep, right?
And I agree with you, but this is a problem. We never received notice Okay, we didn't get these notices. I understand
Understood,
that.
but we're not talking about notice. We're talking about the fact that if you receive something from the city, telling him that
You have
this
to
is
get it
not
though.
your property, it's not your responsibility. This is a big deal. This works in his favor, actually. I mean, you
And I
know,
agree.
why
I
am I
agree.
being sued? Why am I being violated, right? Cited for something that you city should be taking care of.
And I agree, but he didn't know that he was being cited because they didn't get these notices. It was something that there's a lot of work that was being done on the property, according to him, and I believe it was purchased in 2007. So we're going back 14 years. So there was 2007, maybe in 2008, I think he said to try to do it. I reached out to his real estate people to see if they had a copy of the closing file that would have a copy of that survey and any title policy issues that would show whether or not that portion of the seawall belonged to the city. I know that my client's willing to do what needs to be done to correct this, assuming that he's allowed to do it and get the permit to do it.
Let me ask the building official in terms of what he'd like to see going forward, because I was going to, since this matter has already been adjudicated, I was going to give him some time and possibly get the.
Just for your reference, Miami-Dade County, if you can see here, highlighted that this is where the property is in question is, and it identifies this is not a city-owned property. This property belongs to the Enterprise 305 LLC. I don't have, I was going to click here, but I'm not live on the website now. But I don't believe the city owns any single-family residence over in Keystone Point.
They do not own the property, the neighboring property either.
So therefore, the seawall would not be the city's responsibility to correct, as we saw in a prior case.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Madam Magistrate, from my experience, it's usually the upland owner responsibility to maintain their seawall. So, I don't see, especially from the property appraiser records, it demarcate that that is their property. There's nothing special look like that says different. And also another concern is that because that section of seawall is gone, it might it looks like it might cause soil loss in the neighboring property, and it looks like they kind of, that's their seawall is relatively new, so that matter that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
To prevent any further damage to the surrounding property.
If I may, as far as the order to comply goes, that was entered, I believe, on September 21st, 2021. It says that Enterprise 305 was found guilty of violating an ordinance to wit, and it's blank. So I don't know if we can if there's an actual corrected copy of this that says what the ordinance violation is. But like I said, at this point in time, we'll just ask for a continuance. We understand that no fines are running on the property, and our client will pull the necessary permits to make the correction, assuming it's his responsibility to do.
Ms. Officer Jean, before you leave, I just wanted to know, did you want anything immediately from their engineer before I make my ruling? Because I don't want to push this too far off.
We don't have an engineer yet.
Okay. When was this case open, Officer Perez?
This case was opened on April 7th of 2021. And as counsel has already mentioned, the property owner was aware of the seawall issues when they had tried to make the repairs previously. So the property owner has been aware of the seawall issues for quite some time now. It was just addressed by me on April of this year.
Right, and going to all the notices, I'd like to point out that in paragraph 2 of every single notice, it says on April 7th, attached notice of violation. On April 7th, mailed a copy of the notice of hearing. On April 7th, mailed a copy of the notice of hearing. These are all for different dates. I mean, he didn't know that there was this violation and this issue that was going on. This is the first time he heard of it, and it was because we had called the city regarding a different matter.
All right, Officer Jean, if I give him an abatement date of March 4th, does that work for you?
Yeah, that'll work, but in the interim, if they able to secure engineer, if they can provide, I mean, if they, if they, any preventive measures in terms of to retain the soil or any soil stabilization that they need to do, they can go ahead and, kind of do that in the interim and.
When would you like that by? When would you like that on your desk by?
Ms. Robinson, how quickly do you think?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that you're asking me to ask my client to go do. I understand that in order to repair the seawall, we'll have to have an engineer in plans in order to go and pull the permit. So I'm not certain what it is that you need my client to do in order to go and run out and get an engineer at this point in time on December 16th when it's the holidays, right? There's a break. I mean, this has been open since April 17th. Mr. Officer Perez has indicated that our client has known about it. Nothing's happened. Nothing's collapsed. It has remained and looked the same for many years, I'm assuming. I'm not sure. There's been no further deterioration. So, I mean, can we have until March 4th to do this when we come back up? Because I don't know how long it'll take. Maybe February, if that's fair. February 1st. Can we agree to that?
I may, Madam Attorney, Madam Magistrate, if, again, the issue's already been adjudicated. The city's okay with tabling through February's date, February's hearing. We'd like to hear the case. We'll give the attorneys and her client time to meet with the building official and discuss the matter and figure out what's needed and what's necessary. But if we can hear the case back in February to see what measures have been taken, and where they are in the process at that point, I think that would satisfy the needs of the city.
Okay, so then let's reset it for the February hearing.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can I get Officer Perez's contact information while we're on here?
Yeah, he'll send it to you in the chat if you just.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So what's
you.
the reset date? February what? Do we know?
17th, correct?
Another hearing on the 17th where we'll send you all notice, provide him whatever the proper mailing addresses are that you need to receive notice at, and that'll be the next hearing date for an update on where you are.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
The next item is item 49, K&H Holdings Miami LLC, case number CESTA 100003, previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. The fine set was $500. Property address is 13010 Biscayne Island Terrace. Jose Perez is the officer.
And who's here on behalf of the property owner?
R. Richardson.
I don't believe so. Please enable your audio and video. Thank you. Clerk, can you administer the oath?
Can you please raise your right hand?
I'm sorry, just to be clear, I'm not here on behalf of the property, I'm a neighbor.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so there's no one here on that one?
If you're here on behalf of this property, please raise your hand. It doesn't appear as though anyone is here on behalf of the property magistrate. Do you just want to hear it since we're here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And just to remind everyone, once you hear your case called, just raise your hand so that we know you're here, you're present, or if you're a witness or just a neighbor, like our friend here, just raise your hand so that we can let you in. All right, Mr. Perez.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami, they retain the case in regards to the property at 13010 Biscayne Island Terrace. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th with a fine set of $500. As of my reinspection date, they have not come to compliance. This case in regards to ads for short-term rentals at the property. We also have the neighbor of the property, Mr. Richardson, who actually is quite adamant about the concerns with this property being rented. This is an ongoing issue and has been an ongoing issue and has drastically affected the quality of life in that area, as Mr. Richards can testify. And in essence, we're seeking for the fines to be eradicated.
Mr. I see RR, so I'm assuming Mr. RR, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Good afternoon, Madam
Actually,
Magistrate.
I apologize. Can you please swear him in, please?
Can you please raise your right hand?
Like Ralph.
What happened?
I don't know.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank
Good afternoon, Magistrate.
Good afternoon. State your full name for the record, please.
Ralph Richardson.
Okay. And you are the next door neighbor to the subject property?
I am one of the neighbors within one house proximity of the subject property, and it's sort of a representative from our street, from the other neighbors who are all quite dismayed and are looking to you to resolve this long ongoing issue we've had with weekly rentals at this property, midweek parties that they're using this house for. The neighbors have spoken directly with folks at that home and said, please, this is a family neighborhood. And I think they're very much aware of that it is illegal to doing short-term rentals there, but they're getting, I think, a large sum of money per rental and have been just avoiding
$83,000 a month. This is somebody's whole mortgage.
And the nightly, Madam Magistrate, I mean, I don't see it now, but we, the neighbors, have looked, and the daily rental is several $1,000s that they've been getting. And I could tell you, I've lost track. It's certainly more than a year, maybe 2 years. They've had folks in this house almost every weekend. And, you know, cars are parking on the streets. We've called the North Miami Police multiple times because of parties and loud noise. Again, we're hoping you can, we have no power other than to look to you to put an end to.
Well, 95 reviews, they must be doing very well. So we have this as a first time offense, Officer Perez?
By first time offense, you mean the first time this case has been heard or first time this has been reported?
Yeah, well, first time that it came before the special magistrate, because I'm trying to understand the $500 fine.
Is it a repeat offense? Have they been cited before, or is there an adjudication?
So they have been cited before in the last year. Let me make sure to see if payment has been made. They have made payments, so it would be considered a repeat offense. That is correct. They were cited back in October 15, 2020 by Officer Sanders with a $1,000 ticket, and they did make payment for that ticket. So by default, they're guilty of that.
Okay. Was I I'm almost afraid to ask, was I the magistrate who issued that $500?
Well, actually, the last was $1,000. I think it might have been an actual citation that the code officer issued in the amount of $1,000. But so if that's the case, magistrate, the citation itself, once paid, is an omission of guilt, and so the city would request that you would rule as a repeat offender in this case with a maximum penalty up to $5,000.
Because when I look at what they're getting and what the city is charging them in terms of penalties, that may explain why they're not being deterred. Understand? If you're making $83,000 and the city's charging you $500, why would I stop?
Well, they probably weren't charging that much back then, but once they found out what the fine was, it probably made sense to increase it. But in this case, that was a one-time fine. In this case, we're asking for a daily fine up to the maximum penalty of $5,000 per day until they cease.
Okay, so that would be my ruling. in this case, and hopefully, that will get your attention, Mr. Robinson, and hopefully you guys can go back to enjoying your property and it's a beautiful place. So I'm assuming the homes in the neighborhood is just as beautiful, but you cannot enjoy your property, right? If there are all these cars, all these noises, all these partying going on in the middle of the week. So,
yes, Your Honor, thank you for your consideration to that effect.
Okay, good luck to you. So I'm ratifying, what did I say now?
Clerk?
Yes, you're going to be ratifying the fines of $500 a day.
No, it's $5,000. So the magistrate fine amount to $5,000 per day.
I've raised it to 5,000.
Yeah. I have an additional case for the rental itself, which was heard in October. It should have been coming back. But this is specifically for the advertisement. So it's $500 daily for the advertisement.
We just changed that fine, Jose.
Oh, sorry, 5,000. My apologies. Yes.
Okay. All right. And Madam City Attorney, we're still within that, correct? We're okay within that fine, with raising the fine, or?
You can increase it at your discretion, Your Honor.
Okay, then that's what it is, because 500 is not going to deter anyone that's making 83,000. All right. Thank you, sir. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next case on the agenda is going to be item 76, Three Horizons North Condo, case number CEMIS 2021-00021, property address 1470 Northeast 125 Terrace. This is a new case for Jonathan Lemestre.
I have a Matt Honor. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pilar, you said number 76?
Yeah.
Right, so if you can join us with audio and video. Matt,
Yes, I'm here.
can you join us with audio and video, please?
Sir, can you please raise your right hand so that I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
You.
Thank you.
My full name is Matthew Bowenauer, Cohenour.
Thank you. Who's my officer on this case?
Jonathan Lemestre.
Oh, Mr. Lemestre. I'm sorry. I don't know why. In my mind, okay, never mind. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Oh, we can't hear you.
Jonathan, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Co-compliance officer Jonathan Lemestre, and this is a first-time offense. On August 20th, 2021, myself and co-compliance officer Vanessa Willis conducted an annual housing inspection at 1470 Northeast 125th Terrace. In regards to this case, it exposed rebars and cracked throughout the property, but more specifically the parking garage and the balcony. So as you can see on August 20th, I took pictures of the balconies. You could see the crack and the exposed rebars. That's also the parking garage. Crack, observed, exposed rebars. During that day, I did meet with Matt. Matt was very nice. I explained the situation to him. Matt informed me that he is going through a 40-year recertification for the building, and that's why they haven't addressed the exposed rebars. I, of course, posted the property, and I sent a certified letter to the mailing address on Property Appraiser. On December 3rd, the final reinspection date, the exposed rebars are still there on the balconies. Cracks are still observed. But in the parking garage, they did patch it up. They did patch up the rebars and the crack in the parking garage, but they did it without permit. So the violation still remains in regard to the parking garage and for the balcony.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My turn to speak.
Yes, sir.
So yes, I did meet actually with code officer, and we did do the 40-year. We actually did it. I just checked. We did it on August 13th, but we didn't receive it back until September 1st. Obviously, we knew that there were issues. We actually have an engineer's report for the balconies and for the repairs. So we were already taking the steps, and I've expressed this to the code officer as well. So we're already in the process. The biggest issue for us right now, and I know sitting in this since 9:30, I think it's kind of a common theme, is we can't get contractors. We have the engineer's reports for the balconies, what it's going to take. We've sent out the contract to bid to more than half a dozen contractors. So, I mean, we're knee deep in the process. Realistically, we just need the contractor to submit the bid, accept the bid by the board, and complete the process. We're very well aware of what needs to be done. And on the 40-year report, I just want to make mention that the engineer indicated it was 10 balconies, which is less than 10% of the building. So we are aware and we're working on it.
Officer Jean, I see you come in. I don't know if you wanted to add something.
What I just wanted to add, the permit submission can still be done even though you're working on your contractors. That's not a problem. And just before the permit is issued, you can get, your contractor of record just needs to be provided, and that would be about it.
So I just want to interject. So the association can pull?
It will be, they can pull as the owner, and it'll just could be determined for the contract. You can submit your permit to start the review process.
But you're still gonna need a general contractor.
Yeah.
No, of course. I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, usually don't you have to submit plans when you submit for a permit?
Yeah. Do you have your plans? Or are you working on that at the current time?
We have the engineer's reports. I wouldn't consider those plans. I mean, I would believe that those would come from the general contractor. So what we've done is we've had the engineer give us their report, because that's the first step, right? Mm-hmm. So they've given us their report on the number of balconies that need to be repaired, what needs to be repaired, and then they give you like a detail how to do it, and then you send that out to contractors to bid, and then the contractors pull the permits. I assume pull the permits, do the bid. Submit the plans that way.
But when you have your construction documents prepared, you can submit those in, and just before the permit is issued, we'll need the contractors on record. So you can do that as well. And also, your engineer can give you indicate what precautionary measures that can be done. That as a safety measure. If there's any chipping that he wants to for you guys to go ahead and do to prevent anything from falling, he can do that. Now, if he recommends shoring, any emergency shoring, that would need a permit along with a contract.
Yeah, I don't think that there was anything that was a life safety issue. I mean, again, it's less than 10% of the building. And there has been some that's been moved away, and like the inspector said, that we've done some things, especially to the parking deck, where there were hawks that were less than 1/8 of an inch. We had coated, and then we had sealed to prevent. But the balconies, this is something that's much more detailed. So I'm just here asking for an abatement because we're working on it. I mean, we've already paid an engineer. We've already done our 40-year. I mean, we're literally almost at the exact same time. So we just need time. The association needs time to get a contractor. So realistically, we're just asking for time. I mean, we're already in the process. We've already had an engineer come. We've already done our 40-year. It's already been submitted to the city.
Okay,
so we're not hiding anything.
Okay, just so it's clear, you keep on saying you've done your 40 years. So just to be clear, yes, you submit a report, but the property is not in compliance yet because there's a long list, as you stated. And by the way, tell your engineer thanks for the report that he submitted. This is like the best report I've seen in the years I've been doing this. It's very detailed, which is good. It shows all the issues, and it's about 15 balconies. You said 10, about 15. Basically, so all the patching that you do in the garage, everything, don't do no patching until the permit and until the contractor, basically, let the contractor do everything. Because the spalding is exposed rebars, they rusted out. You know, there's a special way that they have to do to repair that. So it's not just putting some concrete in there. So please do not fill up those where the spalding falls to make sure it's done on the proper way. If not, they're going to fall right back out.
Yes, sir.
You know, but as the building official was saying, that you guys can submit the application for the permit, but you're still going to need a licensure contractor to be the person in charge of the job. And basically, and in the report, he didn't mention anything that would be of danger, which is good. As I said, it's very detailed. It's clear. I got it in front of. I'm looking at it. I got so basically, just good.
So I can give an abatement date in March?
Yes.
Okay. So then that's what I'll do. You said it's the first time up. It has not been adjudicated yet, Mr. Lemaitre, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's the first time of.
Okay, based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation exists. I find in favor of the city entering adjudication. Sir, I'm doing you until March 4th, by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $750. Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
I mean, to think that all of those balconies and everything will be repaired in 3 months, I don't think is realistic. So
no,
that's
in
what
3
you're
months,
saying?
I want to see where you are.
Okay,
because
okay.
by then there's a list of things that you should be doing between,
No, that's fine. I understand. I just want to make sure it's not like, hey, March, we have to have this done. Like, I don't think that's realistic. So I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Good luck to you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 44, Gina A. Vargas and Juliet D. Manet, case number RCCOR 2019-000401. Was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of February the 4th, 2021. The fine set was $250. The property address is 13560 Northwest 2nd Avenue. The officer is Gary Beswick.
And who's here?
Giancarlo Moscoso.
Giancarlo, your hand is raised, but I've sent you the invite. Just accept it to join the meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. Wait a minute.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Madam Yustri, good afternoon, Inspector Beswick.
Where are we at?
Sorry?
Where are we?
I'm in the process of, actually what I'm doing with the permits. I'm still missing the plumbing and building, plumbing and building side. I've reached out to my engineer, Terry Mitchell, and we've been in contact back and forth a few times up until about a month ago. And he just basically stopped responding. I haven't been able to get a hold of him. So since the last time this case was was set for a meeting in November, I've been trying to look for another option, another engineer to help me.
You get paid already?
No, he didn't get paid.
Okay.
He paid me a visit. He said that he was going to propose an option to come out with the inspection that I need so I can close out the permits that I have open, so I can move forward with the certificate of occupancy request. And ever since then, I mean, it was just a back and forth, and I just haven't heard back. And right now, I'm in the process of getting someone else because, I mean, I just haven't been able to find someone else.
Okay, Special Magistrate, you can push it back to your March hearing.
The March?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just reset
Yeah.
to March 17th.
I appreciate that, and hopefully we can have everything settled before that. This is
Okay.
an ongoing issue that is being a headache for my family, so I've been trying to close it ASAP, but it's just unfortunate situation, I guess.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Happy
Next.
holidays.
The next item on the agenda is item 56, Luis A. Josa, case number MHBI 2019-00485. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of May the 6th. Fine set was $500. The property address is 14045 Northeast 7th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
I have a Rafael Ricardo. Can you please accept the invitation to join the meeting? Can you enable your audio and video, please?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you hear?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank
you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are we with the permit?
Well, finally, I get the permit being issued from Miami-Dade County.
Okay.
From their department, it was approved by them, by Stunning, by Public Works. They was asking for a lot of things, billings, electrical bills, water bills, waste bills. Well, but finally, we got the permit from Miami-Dade County, and yesterday I submit all those information to the city. I have the number of permit, and well, I submit everything yesterday to see now what the city is going to request us, or they are going to approve it as it. We have a lot of time trying to get permit, but I am in the city hands or county hands.
Could you give me the permit number? Repeat it. Give me the permit number, please.
Yes, it's B as in boy, A, D as in day, 00 2021 000 25. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, so you signed yesterday. I got it. Okay, Special Magistrate, you can move it to March.
All right, reset to March.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is item 73 for Sared 12943 LLC, case number CESEA 2021-00001. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 21 of 2021. Fine set is $500. This is for 12943 Exora Circle. The officer is for Jose Perez.
Who's here? Who's here first?
Reynaldo, are you there? Hello, Reynaldo, are you there? Just accepted the invitation.
Hi. No. How you doing? I'm sorry, I was kind of having difficulties with the computer.
That's okay.
Can you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Officer Perez of the City of Miami, today we're in the case in regards to the property at 12943 Exora Circle. This in regards to the seawall. This was previously adjudicated and had an abatement date of November 21st, 2021.
Sorry.
The seawall is in pretty bad shape. However, Mr. Vivas has made several communications throughout the process of him obtaining permits through the city and through Durham as well. So they are in the process of that. I could give him some time here so that he can explain exactly where they're at. But if you'd like, we can see the pictures first.
And Magistrate, just so you know, these actually were supposed to go back before Magistrate Jose Smith, but as you know, if you fill it in this time for him, you're hearing all of his return cases. Pictures.
Okay, and you said that he has applied? Yeah.
Yeah, I could allow him to pretty much elaborate on the progress of the permit.
Yes, so we were working together with the city, making minor changes that they requested. We got the response from the city last Monday that the permits were ready, they were accepted. So today we actually made the payment for the permits, and we want to moving the permits to Durham for our last revision. And we are expecting to perform the project at the end of January.
Okay. All right. So, Officer Perez, you want to give more time?
I do not have any objections to granting more time. Mr. Vivas has been working diligently trying to secure the permits, and he has made very much efforts on trying to keep the communication flowing. So if it's my recommendation, I would allow more time.
Okay. February or March?
I would say February.
February? All right, sir. So we'll see you back here on February 17th. Okay?
17.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Bye, guys.
Because I see, Officer Jean did not jump in, so.
The next case is item 28, the Mecca Construction Materials, CEDIC 2021-00002, the property at 2001 Northeast 146th Street. Jose Perez is the officer.
Joshua Hutchinson here.
He has his hands raised.
We were actually also supposed to have someone from the city testify from this from Public Works. I'm not sure if they're in the meeting.
What's the name?
Let me refer back to the email 1 second.
I believe it was Carlos Garcia.
I don't see them here, but let's try to give the case. Let's move forward, and if we need them, we'll make some calls on the back end.
Can you please swear in, Mr.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Madam Magistrate.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, this day I do.
I do.
Thank you.
So, Laura, I don't know what's going on your end. Every time you speak, we can hear an echo.
Okay, I'm very sorry. Let me see if there's another way.
Not you, Mr. Hutchinson, not you.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe another computer in the office.
Can you guys mute the public computer, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property located at 2001 Northeast 146th Street. This violation is in regards to disposal of waste into the storm drains. Unfortunately, the city was reached out in regards to a complaint with a storm drain that was not properly drained. At that point in time, the city sent out a crew from the Public Works Department who observed and removed some cement that was being dumped into the storm drains. At that point in time, their department forwarded over the concerns to us, in which a subsequent case was opened for an irreversible, irreparable violation. In this case, it was disposing of cement into the storm drains, which can have very harsh consequences, not only to the drain itself, but to the environment. And we do have some photographs as well on the case file.
Can you speak to the pictures, Jose, so the magistrate knows what she's looking at?
So this is a storm drain that's in front of the property. It's a city storm drain, so it's serviced by the city as well as it's on the right in front of the property. As you can see on surrounding areas, it's a lot of cement, according to the Public Works Department when they went out there. Those were pictures provided by them. And these are pictures that I took with some of the residue that's still there. Public Works was successful in trying to take some of it out. I'm not sure. We were supposed to have someone from them give testimony as to the extent of how much they had to remove to get it out.
Mm-hmm. So as they were building, some of the concrete or some of the
Oh, sorry, I should clarify. Cemex is actually a cement company. They produce and manufacture cement there, and that's in front of their not construction company, but their production company.
Now I get it. Okay. So that's going to be a continuing problem, no?
We hope not.
We hope not.
So, Madam Magistrate, if I could speak, thank you, Officer Perez. We've been in the city of North Miami for over 50 years. I believe this is the first offense or violation that we've ever received. Immediately upon receipt of the violation, we did 3 direct actions to mitigate it. Number 1, we repaved a road where our aggregate hauling trucks go back and forth into the property. What we believe was happening is they were carrying sediment from our plant outside that was ending up in that drain. So that has been since resolved. That was the first step. Secondly, we applied an industrial strength filter fabric that is now covering the drain that we're constantly checking to make sure that it is working properly. And thirdly, we've actually hired a street sweeper that is now, instead of coming just weekly, is entering the site 3 times. So we have a plant manager that's on site that is monitoring the situation every day to make sure the situation does not get any worse, and we believe it is completely mitigated at this time.
Who was speaking?
The building official joined. Yes, I think he has something to say.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Jean.
Yes, Madam Magistrate. Also with the drain, they may need to get together with Public Works, because that drain might be a compromise with the debris that was flowing in there. So they may have to kind of clean that out so to make sure that drain that the drain is properly draining there. So that's something they're gonna need to do, make sure that the drain doesn't have any debris in there.
Okay.
To bring that to your attention.
Okay. What is the city asking? Mr. Hutchinson, we didn't lose you, correct? Okay. What is the city, Officer Perez or Ms. Patterson? Go ahead.
So I believe that the city had gone ahead and cleaned out the drain, and I do believe that there was a special assessment to the business owner, billing them for the work that had to be done. So in this case, compliance has been met. Compliance has been met. However, we would ask for an adjudication in this way, in the event, if this were to happen again, we would proceed into review.
Okay. All right. Do we have an abatement date? Because Officer Jean indicated that they needed to meet with Public Works to make sure that there aren't any permanent damages done. So do we want that to be part of?
I would think it's separate. I'm in contact with the Public Works Director, who didn't indicate that there was any permanent damage done. However, I think it is a good recommendation that Mr. Hutchinson follow up with them, just to be in conversations and to ensure that there is nothing else that they need to be mindful of in terms of the drain itself.
Awesome.
But in terms of the violation, it has been remedied.
Okay, so based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation did exist, and therefore I will enter an adjudication. Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone. Take care. Happy holidays.
Bye-bye. Happy holidays.
The next case is item 29, Christina Bausa, case number CEGMP 2021-00007, previously adjudicated with an abatement date of July 15th. Fine set was $300. The property address is 1050 Northeast 1 Street. Jose Perez, the officer.
I apologize, Madam Clerk, I didn't hear the amount.
$300.
Got it.
Kamrul Hussain. Are you there?
Is there anyone here on this case? What's the
He's,
address?
He's here. There he is. All right. Can you enable your audio and video, please?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Kamrul Hussain. I'm the tenant of the property 1750 Northeast 135 Street.
Thank you.
That is not the case we're hearing at this moment. So we're hearing right now the case at 1050 Northeast 131 Street by Christina Bausa.
Right, just not me. Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Is this not number 29? What she sent me.
That's
This is
what I
number
thought it
29.
was.
Yeah.
My one is 27.
Betty Walker would be 27.
What did you call in for the record?
Case number 29 for Christina Bausa.
Case number 29 is what you read.
So what is your property address?
Oh, mine?
What was the property address? Yes.
This is number 33, sorry.
I don't have a Christina here, so we can go ahead and hear this case since it's called in. Who's the officer?
Me.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this is
Mr.
for,
Perez.
I'm going to call the case into record. It's for Coral Gables Enterprises, CEGMP 2021-00007 at 1750 Northeast 135.
First time up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I speak now?
No, sir. We're going to give Mr. Perez an opportunity to present his case first.
Okay. Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case of the property at 1750 Northeast 135 Street. This is the first time this case is being heard. Previously, it was granted a 60-day extension in regards to some potholes that are at the property. There are several potholes there that, especially in the rainy season, could lead to some potential damages to vehicles because of how some of them are pretty deep. Additionally to that, the property owner hasn't done anything in regards to repairing these potholes. As you see in this picture, that pothole is pretty severe. In essence, the property owner applied for the extension and never followed up with actually going ahead and repaving the surfaces. This violation has been open since July 23rd of 2021. So it has been quite some time now.
Okay, Mr. Hussain, Dr. Hussain?
Yes, the violation was belongs to the property owner, is the Coral Gables Real Estate Enterprise. But as a tenant, as far as my lease, I'm supposed to take care of the parking lot. And the property owner, he just sent us the violation is Saturday. So when I saw this violation, so I had to be joined today and ask the extension of the time because I need more time to get this done. The one because this is the holiday season and during this time is and New Year season is very hard to find the people to done the job. So I'll request to getting some more extension that you can. So then I will be on the job. Before I also having same problem with the Mr. Perez, so I done it for my award, but what he asked for fix the sign and the light at the outside and the paint for the building that I done as whenever he says something, I try to do my best as well to follow the city code rules and regulation. So this time also asking some more time to done the job, and I'll discuss with him if I start that one. I'll call him to check exactly what I have done. I will get permission to done the job.
All right. The city wants an adjudication and give them the 90 days to March, or do you believe that this is a hazard? I mean, it's a tripping hazard, definitely.
It's definitely a hazard, especially when it rains. It gets flooded pretty badly there. So some of the potholes you wouldn't even be able to see. So if any residents or even any car were to drive over it, there could be potential damages to the said car or resident.
Okay. So I will enter an adjudication and then give them the March 4th.
That'll be great. That'll be fine.
Officer Perez,
It's fine by me.
based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Sir, you have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $650. Okay, good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll be resolve the problem.
All right.
The next case on the agenda is the item 78, Voltaire, Stannon and Wife Salon. Case number CEBPR 2021-00080. This is a new case at 1345 Northwest 128th Street. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Hello? Hold on. How you?
You're on mute. Unmute yourself, Ms. Salmon.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you guys? Okay, I'm trying to unmute myself. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Marlene Stannon. I'm speaking on behalf of my mom and my dad.
Okay, wait, Ms. Salmon. Wait a second. She's going to swear you in.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Give the officer an opportunity to present her case first, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. 1345 Northwest 128th Street. This case is reference an addition that was added, it was installed to the property without permit. I did want to say that I did speak with the homeowner. He came in this morning. He was here quite early. He had a handful of blueprints and paperwork and everything. They're trying to get this resolved. He has indicated that he's trying to get the permits to demo the illegal construction, and if possible, I would like to give them an extension. I would be agree to that. They do have quite a bit going on right now. Illness in the family, and again, I did speak with the homeowner was here. I think he was here since 6 o'clock this morning out front. So he is trying to get things bring his property into compliance.
Okay. Ms. Sannon, anything you wanted to add?
I mean, she basically said everything I was gonna say. Yeah, my dad is trying to take it down and turn it, because it was originally a patio. And I have no idea why he closed it in, but trying to tear it down, put it back as a patio, and maybe in the future, maybe we could, get a permit to put tents around to make it a decent patio, to make it just, so. That's it.
All right.
To help.
Okay. So we can push it to March? Officer Barber?
Yes,
That work?
yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Frank,
All
did
right.
you have an adjudication on this case?
Huh?
Is there any adjudication on the case?
That's not what she asked for. Officer Barber, did you ask for a reset?
If we could just extend it to March, and then see where they're at in March, that would be helpful.
Without
Okay.
adjudication, Aaron?
Yes.
All right, so reset to March. Good luck to you, ma'am. Happy holidays.
Same to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The next item on the agenda is going to be item 55, Luis Quintero, case number CEBPR 2021-00048 for property 1585 Northeast 128th Street. Case is for Jonathan Lemestre.
Good afternoon, everybody. Co-compliance officer Jonathan Lemestre, and this is a first.
One second, Mr. Lemestre. Is anyone present on this case?
No, Madam Magistrate, but I need to, have the.
Is it possible that we can start calling cases where we have folks who are here?
Yes, I apologize. We did the best we could. I need to get him out of the office, and this is his last case.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Lemestre.
Thank you, Madam Magistrate. On July 20th, 2021, I went to 1585 Northeast 128th Street in regard to observing contractors doing construction work at the property. I observed them basically putting in new doors, new windows, plastering, stucco, without any permits on file. I issued a notice of violation to the property owner. I posted the notice of violation to the property, and I, of course, waited for the contractors to stop and to leave the scene before, to make sure that they stopped work. They did. They stopped work. And again, posted the notice of violation at the property, sent a certified letter to the registered agent on property correction. I sent a certified letter to the property owner from Miami-Dade County property appraiser. And when I conducted my reinspection, violation remained. They continued doing the work. They installed the windows. They installed the doors. Stucco was observed, and no permit was on file.
Have any photographs? Anything?
Yes.
My computer is actually jumping, so it's very, I don't know what's happening here, but screen is giving me a hard. I can hear you, Donna.
Sorry. There we go. Yes, ma'am. So I observed them doing construction work, the notice of violation that I posted. And I observed contractors working at the scene. I, of course, told them to stop, and I waited until they left. New windows at the door.
Okay.
And the before and after picture.
Notice to appear.
And yes, I also posted the notice to appear at the property as well.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $700.
Thank you, Madam Magistrate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Happy holidays.
Next item on the agenda is going to be item 43 for Joan Delgado Garcia, MA3IO 2020-00006, previously adjudicated with an abatement date of May the 6th. Fine set was $350. The property at 1515 Northwest 128th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Chairman Delgado, are you there? Chairman Delgado, are you there? Okay, you want to call the next case? I'm not getting a response.
Next case is item number 45, Humanu
Who's
2
there?
Investment.
I'm sorry, who's there?
Good afternoon, sir. He froze? Okay.
Hola.
Yes, go ahead and swear him in, please.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do. Please say. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. The last time we met, you say it will be done in a couple of days. Where we at? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. Another person is here, is the engineer, Raul.
Hello, I'm the interpreter. So I guess that he might not be a Spanish speaker. Señor Delgado, ¿necesita que lo ayude?
Sí, por favor.
Muy bien. ¿Qué es lo que quiere que comente?
Hay otra persona que quiere que la añada, se llama Raúl Espinosa, para poder hablar también. Eres el ingeniero.
Raúl Hinojosa, ¿correcto?
Sí, sí.
All right, so Mr. Delgado is asking for Raúl Hinojosa. Actually, he is talking right now in the chat. He's asking for, in order to be he's the engineer.
What's the name?
It is Raúl Hinojosa.
Raúl Hinojosa.
Yeah, it's the last one that is spoken in the chat. The one that is speaking in Spanish.
Raúl, can you please accept the invitation to join the meeting?
Raúl, por favor, si le pudiese decir a Raúl que acepte la invitación.
Okay, not getting a response. Can we, he can join at his leisure at this point. He's been given access.
Ya le dije ya.
Okay, so he already told him.
Hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do. Thank you.
Okay, sir, so where are we with the project?
Okay, Monday, we went to the city and Monday or Tuesday, I don't recall, I sent a runner with the file, sign and seal with all the corrections. So I don't know how long it will take to get it approved, but we already submitted those with the engineer seal and everything.
You say you did that on Wednesday?
Yes, no. Monday, I think Monday or Tuesday, yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Because we were trying to send it via digital, but they were telling us to do it hard copy. So the engineer signed it digitally, and we will submit a hard copy. So so I sent somebody to do the submittal on Monday, Tuesday. I don't recall.
I'm looking at the file.
Okay.
And there's nothing that been submitted for the city. The last correspondence is from June 1st, 2021.
No. They submitted let me see the day exact. Give me 1 second. Tell you right now. Yeah, it was on Monday. But it was hard copy. I don't know. There's how we know is there or they placed. I don't know how I know that.
Once you bring it, we basically go ahead and sign it back in. And there's nothing shows that it was signed in. It shows that there's nothing saying that was signed.
Directly I mean, I have to wait on, could I send you directly to you, maybe?
No, just bring it to the building department. I work in the building department, but I bring it to the building department, and then one of the clerk will sign it in. But I'm looking at the file, there's nothing being signed in.
Mr. Biswick, at the beginning, when we submit this original drawing, the first time, this already happened, and they misplaced one of the sheets. We submit 3 sheets. I know there was only needed 2, and they misplaced 1. They asked us to go back again. So I don't know if they, that happened, but, I'm not want to say that, but that has already happened before. So if you want me to send you just for you, confirmation, I can send you whoever the email digital engineer seal drawings revised too, if you want me to. I mean, we can go and do it, but I can, this could be the second time,
No, it got to be hard copy, not digital, because it starts with the hard copy. So they have to bring in the hard copy.
More delay, and we are already done with all the corrections. So, I mean, we can resubmit again as soon as tomorrow again, but they have to give us some kind of receipt or something,
Hold on.
Typically, when you submit something to the city, they do give you a stamped receipt, correct, guys?
Not necessarily. I mean, I will ask, because honestly, I don't have the runner in front of me, but I will ask them to give me whatever proof they gave, But that happened already twice, and I have the receipt because that was the originally. I was the one that submitted originally, and they missed 1 sheet. So,
Okay.
No,
I'm going to need it to resubmit it. On this time, make sure you ask for proof that you submitted, because it's not showing in the system.
I send a runner, probably he have the proof, but I will ask the proof, and I will resubmit it. And again, with the resubmission, I will show the proof that we resubmit before. But anyway, I resubmitted, but if you want me to send you an engineer copy, sign and seal electronically, because the thing is that North Miami is not, still haven't changed to the electronic signature receipt.
No, not fully. That's why bring the hard copy to the office.
Okay, are you going to be there tomorrow?
In and out, just ask them for proof. Special magistrate, you can table it for your next year.
That's the only thing needed. I mean, it's and I added a new copy of it's 2 sheets now, not 1 sheet.
Okay.
So, okay.
All right, so let's table it. You want me to table it till what?
For yours.
Huh?
For yours. For you.
For me?
Yeah.
Pilar, am I February or March?
March.
Okay, so sir, we'll table it to March 4th. March 17th?
17th, yes.
March 17th, okay? And just make sure you have, have them stamp it. I'm assuming that they have to be able to stamp it so that it shows that you submitted it, okay?
I did it once. It's the only time that I did it. They gave me just the receipt of I paid, but not necessarily that they stamp something,
Well, this time I ask for proof.
But I will ask for the proof, that's for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Okay, you too.
Give me one moment. The next case is item 45, Human 2 Investments LLC, case number FYBRR 2020-00047. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December the 3rd of 2021. The fine set was $500. The permit address is 12200 Northeast 8th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Well, for me.
There's somebody talking in somewhere background.
Laura, unless you
can mute yourself.
Ability to be the host, I'm not going to be able to enable the person.
Give me one moment.
I've got it. Sebastian Roca.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you please raise your right hand for me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Sebastian Roca, and I am the son of the owner.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Yes. So,
Is it give me 1 second. Is it Mr. Bestwick, this is yours?
Yes, that's mine. Basically, Special Magistrate, as of today, we have not received any report from the property owner, and this 40-year was due in 2020. Basically, at this point, seeking for the fine, it doesn't move forward.
Okay. What was the amount of the fine again?
Well, I'm not sure if you make a ruling, it's fine.
Oh, it wasn't first time up?
No, it was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December the 3rd, and the fine set was $500.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Roca, what's going on?
hi. Yes. As I previously stated, last time, I basically got a hold of the property recently because the management before wasn't doing a good job. So I did say that I was in contact with the person. I did basically hire someone, but since I'm new to all of this, the person that I hired basically didn't take too much money, but took money, told me that he was gonna take care of this. It was Monday already, and I kept calling him, and he basically just took the money and didn't do anything at all, basically. And now I'm stuck here again. I'm gonna try to find someone else to do this because I'm not familiar with the process or anything.
All right. And you're asking, Mr. Beswick, for us to ratify the,
hopefully that's put some fire. It's one of those properties that is not well taken care of. It's like an absentee owner, if that's my opinion.
It's exactly what I'm trying to make it better. But it like I said, like he's stating, previous owners were, well, not owners, but the management, because I'm doing this now, was, absent, basically.
Understood. Right, based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. The daily fine amount of 500 is hereby ratified. All right, sir, good luck to you. All right, bye.
Okay.
I have a few people remaining, however, we're not getting any responses, so I will just give them one more opportunity to identify what property they're here on behalf of. I have a Shear 2 p.m. construction. What case are you here on behalf of? I've unmuted you so you can respond. I have a Shear 2 p.m. Okay, I have a Pilar Calvin Qualley is here on 14295 Northwest 7th Avenue. We can go ahead and hear that case.
Give me one moment. So that item number 16, 17, 18, 14295 RC Properties LLC, case number CFLR 2021-00088, CEGF 2021-00005, and CEZCU 2021-00141. All three cases are for property 14295 Northwest 7th Avenue. These are new cases for Shanna Sanders.
Swear him in, please.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer. I'll start with the case CEFLR 2021-00088 for not having a business tax receipt. I initially cited the property on September 21st, whereas I had a conversation with the property owner, with the business owner, I'm sorry. I explained to him that he was a year or two out of having his business tax receipt and certificate of use renewed. At that time, he stated he would visit the city. As of my last reinspection, being last week, no business tax receipt hasn't been renewed. No certificate of use has been renewed.
Sir?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, here. I'm here on behalf of my father. He's been in and out of the hospital with heart condition. I'm here in the office now. I think he handled the local business tax. I'm aware of the certificate of use and the dumpster. I really wasn't even aware of the third infraction, being the tax, the business tax. So I'm in the office right now. I can double check and make sure I see paperwork for it right here because it ends in 2022. Given that this is the right piece of paperwork.
Yeah, if it says local business local tax, that's going to be your Miami-Dade County licensure. Would you mind showing it to us so that we can see? But if it says local, then that would be your Miami-Dade County. Yeah, that's not the city of North Miami. So you're going to need that to do business in the county, and then you're going to need a business tax receipt issued directly from the city of North Miami to do business in the city of North Miami.
Okay. I'm writing down all the information right now. I'm going to be taking over this business, so whatever I need to get in compliance with the city, I'll be taking care of. So you said business tax receipt for the North Miami.
And as you already stated, you're aware of the certificate of use. You need both of those. Both of them have not been renewed since 2018.
Okay, all righty. How much time do I have at least till the end of the year to get these things taken care of?
How do you want better?
Special Magistrate, if we can, I understand he's taking over the business, but I would like a short abatement date, seeing that he's already out of compliance and it hasn't been renewed since 2018. We're already into a new fiscal year, so 2021 and 2022 was already needed as well.
Okay, I was going to give him January 4th because I don't know. I was going to give him the abatement date of January 4th and then get it on the calendar.
That's fine.
Okay. Sir,
yes,
try to get it done by January 4th. Okay.
Yes,
and once you apply, just let Officer Sanders know, because I was going to put you on the calendar for February 17th. I don't want you coming on February 17th and not have your paperwork in order. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. So the next court date will be February 17th.
That's correct. But your abatement date, the date for you to try to get the the tax receipts and certificate of use, I put you on January 4th. Okay?
Okay.
I do find that there is a violation, sir. I enter an adjudication and with an abatement amount, a fine amount of $200.
Okay.
He has another case before he leaves.
Okay. These were not the three cases that you just...
With those two, the two that we heard was for the business tax receipt and the certificate of use. He has another one for not having his dumpster enclosed, his dumpster enclosed properly.
Okay,
All right,
I don't know why I have this written down as well. Did you mention? Because I have tax receipt, I have certificate of use, and I have that.
I didn't mention it, but Pilar did. Are we giving the same abatement date for that one? Because that one, he has to submit a permit and obtain, again, the necessary permits and drawings to have that properly enclosed.
So then for the dumpster, I will give him I want the cases to run together. For the dumpster, his abatement date is February 4th. Okay? And your court date is still February 17th on all 3 cases, okay? So that they can run together.
Okay, and the abatement date, what does that exactly mean? I'm sorry.
You need to try to get everything resolved by, you know what? Okay. How about we strike January 4th so that he's not confused. Sir, try to have everything done by February 4th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
I appreciate that. Yes,
Try to
ma'am.
get it done by February 4th. If it's
I will try.
done, you
I'll
need
get
to
it- I'll
reach
get it
out to
done.
Officer Sanders to let her know, and then she can take it off calendar. Otherwise, we will see you back here on February 17th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. I wish your father a speedy recovery and happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy holidays and God bless.
I have Mr. Shear. What case are you here on behalf of? Or Mrs. Shear? Shear P2M Construction?
Yes, I'm here.
What property are you here on behalf of?
I am here for Shakina Inc., 12555 Northwest 17th Avenue, North Miami.
That's item number 74.
Yes, ma'am, 78007.
That case number is CEB PR 2021-00078. This is a new case for 12555 Northwest 17th Avenue. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Sir, if you can enable your video, please. Turn on your video for your case.
Record, that's record, right?
I just sent you an invitation.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give in today's proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is a new case, 12555 Northwest 17th Avenue. This is for building without a permit. One of the buildings for the church, interior demolition and remodeling, windows, electric, plumbing, ceiling, everything was being done without permit. And as of the final reinspection date, there were no permits on file.
What's the item number on the agenda so I can show the photo?
74. The church. As you can see from the photos, the entire building was gutted, clear up through the ceiling. Stop work order was posted back when these photos were taken, and they did immediately stop, buttoned everything up, and left.
quite a few photos, Magistrate.
Yes.
It's,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
extensive. That's fine. All right, sir,
Yes, ma'am.
do you understand the violation?
I do understand the violation that.
I apologize. I forgot to ask. Did I ask you what your relationship was to the property?
We're the contracting firm that was hired to do the job, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you're a contracted firm hired to do the job. How are you doing the job, such an extensive work without pulling permits?
Well, no, it's not, that's not really exactly what it is. We did went in December of 2000 and we put in an application, which I got a receipt of here for a permit application. After that, when the COVID took place and this and that, then we had to send the documentation over to Durham. That's where the problem now exists with Durham. It's a whole new kettle of fish to deal with down there. So everything has been set. I have all the numbers for the permit and everything and the processing number from Durham, but just to get the information is what's proving difficult from them and from us because we don't understand half of the time what they require. And it's a nightmare. And I'm hoping at least we can solve this thing out by at least January or February so I can get this job finished, you know?
Okay, so you're working with Durham.
Yes, and it's a nightmare.
What's holding up the process with Durham?
Pardon me?
What is holding up?
Well, they need a whole new set. They need a whole new set of information. They want digital stamp from the architect now. Every time they send me an email, is something new they want. And I spoke to Erin that on Monday I'm bringing all these documents and give it to her, you know, so she can see all the day I paid for the permit in North Miami, the day I send the check to Durham, and she can see everything from there.
You could, yeah, that would go to the building department. They would
Yes.
see all of that. Yes.
Right. It's not like I'm not trying to get this done, and then what makes it worse is I'm living all the way in Melbourne now.
Okay. Officer Aaron, Barbara, what
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
seeking?
An adjudication and a compliance date, please.
All right. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find I'll give you till March, sir, since you said that you are actively working with Durham and the building department. The property is vacant, correct?
It is vacant, ma'am, yes.
Okay. So, and secured?
Very
Vacant
secure.
doesn't necessarily mean secured.
Yes,
Secured?
it is secure. That's why we put the back door in, and because the last door they had it was broken, so no one can get in now.
Okay.
And we were always losing stuff there, and that's why we had to bolt those windows in because the church don't have this kind of money to keep spending on these things all the time, you know. So we just bolted them in, so when they come, they can see it's all there, you know.
All right.
But
So
it is secure.
All right, I'll give you till March, sir. I enter an adjudication. And, if it's not resolved by March, there will be a daily fine amount of $700.
Well, ma'am, we're trying our best. If Durham can just come through for us now, that's all we need, you know. But I do appreciate the extension.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you.
Likewise.
The next two items on the agenda are items 66 and 68. They're for Arcade Causeway Plaza. Case number CEFLR 2021-00037 and case number CEZCU 2021-0008. Both cases were adjudicated with an abatement date of December 14th. The fine set on both cases was $500. The property address is 12105 Biscayne Boulevard, and Shanna Sanders is the officer on both cases.
Where Mr. Lobello in, please?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your full name for the record and relationship to the property.
Russell Thomas Lobello. I'm the tenant of the property.
Thank you, sir.
Here as well, Lobello, is Cardoza here with you? Their hand is raised.
I don't know.
Giancarlo, are you here on behalf of this property? You can speak, Giancarlo.
Yeah, hi, how are you? I'm here like a week. This is the last case,
Okay.
but I'm still here.
Okay, sir, well, you're next. You're not a party to this case, are you? Oh, he's muted. All right, go ahead, Officer Sanders.
Officer Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, property address 12105 Biscayne Boulevard. I can hear both cases together. They kind of coincide. First case for not renewing the business tax receipt, CEFLR 2021-00037, and for not renewing of a certificate of use, CEZCU 2021-00068. Both have not been renewed since I'm showing here 2016. I spoke with Isaiah Valcine and from Raphael this morning. I didn't really feel it would be a need for them to, log in because further conversation, they have not had any contact from the property owner, from Denny's, any listing agent from this property at all. So as of last week, no compliance has been made, no actions have been made since the last hearing. Still, no business tax receipt or certificate of use has been renewed since 2016.
Okay. Mr. Lobello?
Yes, ma'am. I actually sent the clerk or court the documents from Durham that shows that we've been actively trying to get Durham to sign off on the application as well as the necessary documents to take the City of North Miami, which is the primary step. And I don't know if somebody can bring that document up, show you since August. We've been actively getting every document Durham needs. Right now, Durham and RK Plazas are discussing why, I guess, Sunbez is not matching their name to the property. That's the last thing on the application that needs to be corrected. I have no authority to correct the issue because I'm not the owner of the property. And RK Causeway Plaza LLC is what my lease is in. And they're trying to work out why I can't match the name up. So I don't know if somebody has that document that I sent in earlier, but we're doing our due diligence. I have an expediter. I have an engineer working on this, and we're doing everything we possibly can to get to the city. But without Durham, Miami-Dade Durham, I'm dead in the water, ma'am.
Madam, this case, I believe the officer may have mentioned, is for Denny's. The operation of a Denny's restaurant that has been operating since 2016 without a certificate of use or a business tax receipt. We went through, quite a bit of the specifics when they came to court the first time. The property owner did accompany the tenant. All of the details and logistics at that time were discussed, and we did come to the conclusion that it's pretty grave that a restaurant would be operating without proper licensure, without a certificate of use, and it could be, considered, a business such as a franchise such as Denny's to not have, proper licensure is certainly of concern for the city at this point. And whereas we understand that there's perhaps some delays with the county. The city would request that we ratify the fines and ask that the business cease operations until they come into compliance.
You guys have been operating since 2016 without the proper license?
Not me, Ms. Magistrate. That was the previous owner. I have not had the property have not leased and been the tenant since 2016. No, ma'am. I explained that on the last time. We've only had it for about 2 years. This is the only jurisdiction where we have a certificate of use, and we were not made aware of it until officer came in. And the date that you see that she came in is the date we've been working feverishly to try to get through the processes. Can someone please bring up that from Durham so you can see that we started the same process or this process as soon as we were made aware of it? We have 5 other Denny's in other jurisdictions, and none of them have a certificate of use.
Madam Magistrate, Madam Magistrate, as Director Patterson has already stated, in the last hearing back in October, there was extensive testimony that was given. This business, Denny's, it might have been a different manager, but it was still Denny's that has been operating since 2016. Raphael from the Business Tax Receipt Office, stated, and they showed emails, gave very good documentation on contact that they've been making with different managers throughout the course of the past 3 to 4 years, bringing it to their attention that this needed to be done. So they were full. It's been the same business that's there, same operations, just different managers, but they've been definitely put on notice as to what is needed for the past 4 years.
Different owners, ma'am. Different owners, not different managers. Different owners.
Franchise, and either which way, as you stated, you guys own several franchises, and so understanding what the needs of each city is your responsibility, whereas maybe another city doesn't require a certificate of use. North Miami does. I would also like to put on the record, Madam Magistrate, again, you didn't hear the case the first go around, but we had representatives from various offices within the city, the finance office, who gave testimony that back 2 years ago when Mr. Labello took possession of the business, someone in his camp, in his administration, whether it was him directly or someone that worked for him, was notified. So whereas code enforcement may not have necessarily cited them 2 years ago, they had been made notified by the finance office as well as the zoning office that licensure was necessary. We got involved. Once we got involved this year is when we started to get movement and traction on the issue. So again, we was contacted and that the county, that perhaps applications have been submitted. The property owner was here back in October and they did testify, and I believe that that's happening. But the city's interest at this point is the safety and welfare of the community, and in terms of operating without a certificate of use at this time is something that we take pretty seriously, specifically with the restaurant. And we again would ask that we ratify the fines until they come into compliance, and request that they cease operations until that happens.
With all due respect, ma'am, I understand your position, but when we went for the liquor license, we were not instructed in writing any way, shape, or form that there was an issue. And I had an expediter that did that process for the liquor license. I wish someone would have said no liquor license until you get these documents approved, which is what happened in other Denny's locations, and we solved those problems then. I'm sorry that I was not made aware of any licensing that was made necessary for this, but I am doing everything. I've hired expediters. I have an engineer. I've done everything possible since I was made aware of earlier this year to have the certificate of use. And Durham is holding it up. It's not me, and it's because of a name problem with the owner of the property. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay, I'm ready to rule. Based on the evidence presented, sir, I will ratify. I find that the violation still exists. So the daily fine amount of $500 is hereby ratified, retroactive to, what was the abatement date on that?
December 14th.
Okay, so that was just 2 days ago. As for the city's request to cease operation, to enter an order to cease operation, sir, I am going to, reserve on that request. I'm going to bring this back since I was not privy to the hearing that took place. I'm assuming it was in front of the other magistrate. I'm going to bring this matter back before him. And he's in February, correct?
Yes.
So I will reserve that so that he can make a decision on that issue in February. But in the meantime, the daily fine amount would continue to run. You stand to basically go out of business, Mr. Labello. So I would use the next couple of months, very wisely. and try to move this matter along with Derm and whomever else that you need to, because you could very well, there's an order in place where you cannot operate. I'm assuming that you're not going to be making any money and you're going to probably have to close down. So whatever needs to be done with Derm, with, you know, it needs to be done. Okay? So I'm throwing you I guess, a bone in a sense. I'm not going to rule on it now, but when it goes back before the general magistrate who held the hearing and heard what everyone had to say and know exactly, you know, what you have been told in terms of what needs to be done, he may very well rule in favor of the city and enter an order that cease operation. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you.
Happy holidays.
All right. Bye.
Magistrate, we don't have any customers. We're just gonna call items on the agenda.
Okay. There's a Cardozo still on the line. Is that just
His violation was closed. His case was
okay.
closed.
All right. Well, before we continue, how many cases we have left? I wasn't keeping count.
By the way, the interpreters, you're dismissed.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Happy holidays to you.
You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. Come on, Pilar. I need to run.
31.
How
Sorry,
many?
31.
Oh, what?
Yes, ma'am.
Guys. Yes. All right. I need this. 10-minute recess. It's 2:56. Let's come back in. Let's say 3:10.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Recording stopped.
I am.
Okay. Great. Let me start the recording.
Recording in progress.
You guys ready?
Ready.
So I'm going to call item 9 through 13. It's for the same property address. It's for 127 Property Company. All these cases are new cases. Case number CEFOB 2021-0006, CEMHS 2021-00083, CEMHS 2021-00085, CEMHS 2021-00088, and CEZCU 2021-00140. All these cases are for property 1217 Northeast 17th Street. Edmay St. Louis is the officer.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. Can you guys hear me loud? Can you hear?
Yes.
All right, so these violations came about during an housing section. And for the first one, which is ending in 006 for their business secretary, they do not have one on file. They're ending in 0083 is for them to obtain an after the fact permit for the exterior wall painted without permit on file. The one ending in 0085 is for the rotten doors that they replaced in the rear of the property without permit. The one ending in 0088 for windows after the fact permit for the windows that they installed without permit. And the last one is ending in 00140 is for the as of the initial notice was posted at the property, as well as an certified property owner, as well as the registered agent on the file. I've also made contact with Victor, who presented himself as part owner of the property. Stated he was going to be working on obtaining permits. However, as of the final inspection date when I last come, December 4th, there's no permit on file. Permit on file for other stuff, not for work that he's done.
All the others, magistrate, are referenced. You're muted, magistrate. All the others are reference licensure.
I was just talking. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations do exist. I find in favor of the city and internal adjudication. I also find good notice, given proper notice. The owners have failed to appear. The property owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violations. If the violations is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of I want to split. Let's just run the daily fine amount of $350 for each violation.
Okay. The next case is item number 14 for 12773 West Dixie Highway LLC, case number CEFLR 2021-00075. The property address is 12773 West Dixie Highway. This is for Edmay St. Louis.
This violation is for the property owner to obtain their business tax. Finally, well, the initial notice was now certified to property owner, well, registered. Notice of hearing was the address at 127 was posted at 127 Galway. There, that location is the response. But as of the final inspection date, when I checked the system, there's no business. The business tax is not required.
scroll back up there. Sorry, can you put it back?
Yeah, give me just a second now.
Hey, here. All right, good. Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, first time, right?
Yes.
I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city and turn adjudication. Owners have until February 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
The next item on the agenda is item 15 for 13055 Northeast 6th Avenue, case number FYBRR 2020-00095. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. The fine set was $500. The property address is 13055 Northeast 6th Avenue, and Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, the city of North Miami. As of today, we haven't received any report from this property owner for the property in question. I'm seeking for the fine to run.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. The daily fine amount is ratified.
The next item is item 19 for 2100 Alamanda LLC, case number CEBPR 2021-00005. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of July the 8th. The fine set was $500. The property address is 2100 Alamanda Drive. This case is for Shanna Sanders.
Hannah Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is, as already stated, a case for reports of previous compliance. As of last week, I am showing no compliance has been met. The building permit still has not been obtained at that time. I am showing proper service was given. The property was posted on the 22nd of November. And again, as of last week, the week before last, I'm showing here, on the 7th, no violation still remains.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation still exists. Also, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount is ratified.
The next item is item 23, AHDS Ocean King LLC, case number FYBRR 2020-00076. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. Fine set was $1,000. Property address is 14500 Northeast 6th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. They actually provided us a report yesterday with some deficiency, which they're going to need permit to do the repairs before we can get a clear report. So basically, we can table this one for 6 months, June.
To June? Okay. All right. So order.
The next case is item 24 for Ariane 1673 LLC, case number FYBRR 2020-00008. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. The fine set was $1,000. Property address is 12105 Northwest 7th Avenue, and Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. We haven't got a report as of today, so you can let the fine run on this one.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation still exists. The daily fine amount is hereby ratified.
The next item on the agenda is 27 for Betty Walker, case number MHDIO 2020-00127. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. The fine that was $500. This is for 2140 Hibiscus Circle. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. As of today, no permit has been issued. They have applied for it, but they haven't been issued. So you can go ahead and table it for your March hearing.
Okay, go table.
The next item is item 35 for Delicia Manzano, case number CERCB 2021-00091. This is a new case at 1045 Northwest 131 Street. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Shanna Sanders, City of Miami, co-compliance officer. Give me just one moment, I apologize. 1045. This is a new case for property address 1045 Northwest 131 Street.
No, Shanna, this, oh, I'm sorry.
1045 Northwest 131st Street for the recreational vehicle. Yes, Clark got a little distracted when she saw that jump. But they already have a violation and fine running for that. But all jokes aside, this is for CERCV 2021-00091 for the recreational vehicle that's parked on the side of the property.
So I'm looking at the wrong case, right? Or am I?
No,
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
I originally cited the property on August 23rd, whereas I had a conversation with the property owner, whereas it was brought to his attention that I've been receiving complaints about different issues going on at this property, i.e. the junk, i.e., animals in the back of the property,
You said animals?
Yeah, he has a lot going on, but Mike took care of the animals. We already had a violation, a fine running for the junk. Now, for some reason, this one got lost in the system, so we're hearing it now. We had a couple of conversations. From my understanding, he was going to submit an application for the variance as of the week before last. My apologies. December 7th, no variance has been submitted to the city, no applications, and now instead of an RV or a trailer style hitch, now he has another type of RV hitch there, one in the back, one on the side. But again, no application has been submitted, and the trailers, hitches, RVs still remain parked at the property. I am showing proper service was given. I posted notice to appear on November 22nd, and I'm showing I posted on the 22nd.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation. Did you say this was a first time up?
Yes, this is his first time for this case, yes.
I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $5.
The next case on the agenda is item 36 for Dutch Securities LLC, case number CEZCU 2021-00060. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of October 6th. The fine that was $500. The property address is 12240 Northeast 5th Avenue, and Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, co-compliance officer, as already stated, for property address 12240 Northeast 5th Avenue, for not having their certificate of use renewed. As of 2 weeks ago, December 7th, the violation still remains. The certificate of use had not been renewed. I am showing service was given on proper service. I posted the property on November 22nd of 2021.
Okay. They have a fine?
Yes.
What's the fine?
$500.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation still exists. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the daily fine amount of $500 is better.
The next case is item 37 for Ephraim Sabanese, case number RCCOR 2018-00031. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 11th of 2019. The fine set was $150. The property is 13375 Northeast 4th Avenue in Gary Beswick is the officer.
Which one this is, Pilar? Sorry, was that?
37 Ephraim Stebanis.
Address?
13375 Northeast 4th Avenue.
Oh, you can comply.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is item number 41, First Florida Bank Trust, case number FYBRR 2020-00092. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December the 3rd. The fine set was $500. The property is 12500 Biscayne Boulevard. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, the city of North Miami. As of today, we haven't received a report. They can let the fines start running.
As of when?
As of today, we haven't received a report, so the fine can start.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find the violation still exists. The daily fine amount is hereby ratified.
Thank you.
Item 46, Indian 30 LLC, case number CPFY 2021-00075. This is a new case at 65 Northwest 121 Street. Ed May St. Louis is the officer.
So, this violation is in regards to the tenant parking on the front lawn. Initial violation was issued, mail certified to the property owner as well as agent. As of the final inspection date, report. So parking lawn.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Hereby find in favor of the city intern adjudication. Owners have until, make this one short, February 4th, by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $150.
The next case is item 48, Verdine Joseph, case number CEBPR 2021-00100. This is a new case for 12920 Northwest 12th Avenue. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case was open for building without a permit for a wood structure that was installed at the rear of the home and also for a fence that was installed, both without permit. Notice was posted and mailed certified. Homeowner said it's the new laundry room.
But I see concrete. You said the wood picture, no?
No, the structures, there's a wood fence that was also installed at the rear without a permit, and this is wooden stucco structure attached to the house.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice and proper notice the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is item 50 for Keystone Point 2020 LLC. Case number CEBPR 2021-00046. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December the 3rd. The fine set was $500. The property is 12920 Aurelia Road. Jose Perez is the officer.
Officer Perez with the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12920 Arcadia Road. This in regards to a wooden deck that was constructed in the front of the property. As of my final reinspection date, there has been no permits applied for. The property was posted and it was sent via certified mail. The property owner was at the previous hearing advising that they would obtain permits. They have not, and they have continued to do work without permits. They have another violation that was open after the fact. So they're very well aware of the situation.
What's the amount?
The amount for this is $500.
Okay. And what was the abatement date?
The abatement date was December 3rd, 2021.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I find in favor of the city. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount of $500 is hereby ratified.
The next case is item 53 for Leon Pierce, estate of case number CEBPR 2021-00058. This is the new case for 1625 Northwest 134th Street. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case is open for building without a permit for a concrete deck installed at the rear, pergola also installed at the rear, and windows installed at the home, all without permits. Notice was posted and mailed certified. I have spoken with the property owner. He said he was working on getting everything done, but as of the final reinspection date, there were no permits on file.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. What's the fine amount?
This is a new case.
Oh. Enter an adjudication. Owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount.
Thank you. Next case is item number 57 and item 58. This is for Luis Torrens Sr., case MHVIO 2021-00078. An abatement date of November 14th. The fine set was $500. The second case is RCCOR 2021-00016, which was also previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th, and the fine set was $500. The property address is 12810 Cypress Road. Both cases are for Gary Beswick.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. For the work without a permit, as of today, there's no permits being applied for or issued on the property for the violation, and there's no approved occupancy certificate that have been issued to the property or even applied. So I'm seeking for the fines surrounding both violations.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of Mr. Beswick, what's going on with notice?
Okay. Crystal? Well, it was posted on the door on.
I'll show it.
November 29, 2021 at 1:34 p.m. I post the property on the door and affidavit of posting is on file.
Oh, for extensive work.
Oh yeah, they got it interior out.
And what was the fine?
$500.
What's that mean?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I'm not sure.
It was extensive.
Yeah.
No, because remember, magistrate, you're hearing Magistrate Jose Smith cases.
Okay.
Okay. So magistrate, if you have the ability to increase the fine for the work without a permit, I would seek that as well. If you have the ability to change the fine for more. This is not the first time that they've been cited to do the same thing and just continue doing it.
Me confer with the city attorney's office. So we have already given them notice that their fine, their daily fine is gonna be 500. How much was it,
Yeah,
Madam Clerk?
500.
It's 500.
Okay, that's fine. You can leave.
Yeah, I'd have to double check
No,
to
that's
make
fine.
sure.
That's fine. No worries.
Okay. So based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, they have failed to appear, the daily fine amount or hereby ratified. Is that retro
Yes,
to,
November 14th.
yes, retroactive to November 14th.
Thank you.
The next case is item 60, Naidima Gracia, case number CEMIS 2021-00023. This is the new case for 2391 Bayview Lane. Jose Perez is the officer.
Perez might as well, stay on. 'Cause-
All right. Officer Perez of the City of North Miami, today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 2391 Bayview Lane. This violation is regards to construction debris that's being left outside the property. This came in as a complaint. Unfortunately, there's a pile of rubble and debris from the construction that's remaining there. That could have been a hazard had we had any hurricanes. Thankfully, this season we didn't have any, but it's definitely a hazard and has not been addressed and needs to be addressed. So at this point in time, the city is seeking adjudication and a compliance date. The property was posted and was sent via certified mail.
Okay, beautiful property. Roll to notice. Since September?
Yes, this has been ongoing. The original violation is from September 8th. They have since screened the property with a green screen and a fence. However, that's not going to stop winds from picking up any of the debris and sending it flying.
Okay. I just need to get to the violation and the notice. If you can scroll down past the photos.
Sorry, I documented very well.
All right. And it's the first time up,
That is correct, yes.
giving them some time from September. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear, hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until, do you want a shorter abatement date, or you okay with March?
I'm okay with you hearing it again since you're familiar with the case.
All right. So owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine of $750.
The next item on the agenda is item 61 for Origins Investment LLC, case number FYBRR 2020-00057. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. The fine set was $1,000. The property address is 1195 Northeast 125 Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
A minute.
Clerk, what number on the agenda? I'm sorry.
61, Origins Investment.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. Property was posted. The notice to appear on November 29, 2021 at 11:48 As of today, there's no report that's been submitted to our office. I'm seeking to the
Testing.
finance to run.
Right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. The daily fine amount is ratified.
The next item is item 63, Pedro Mendoza, case number MHBIO 2020-00120. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. The fine that was $1,000. The property is 13470 Northwest 16th Avenue, and Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. The property was posted for notice to appear on November 29, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. As of this morning, there is no permits on file. Seek to let the fine run.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation still exists. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount is correct.
The next two items on the agenda are 64 and 65 Ferraro Investment Trust, case number CEFLR 2020-00029 and CEZCU 2021-00064. Both cases were previously adjudicated with an abatement date of October 21. The fine is $250 on both cases. The property address is 12191 Northwest 7th Avenue, and Shana Sanders is the officer on both.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. As of last week, no compliance has been met for either case. Both the certificate of use and the business tax receipt they need to be renewed since this shows 2018 up until this fiscal year. It remains outstanding. I am showing proper service was given. I'm showing I hand delivered the notice on the 22nd of November for both cases, for the business tax receipt and the certificate of use.
Did we say it was already adjudicated?
Yes.
What's the daily fine?
$250, and the abatement date was October 21st.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Daily fine amount is hereby ratified retro to October.
The next two cases are items 67 and 69 for Arcade Causeway Plaza, case number CEFLR 2021-00071 and CEZCU 2021-00116 for the property 12117 Biscayne Boulevard. Both of these cases are Shanna Sanders.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. As of December 7th, 2021, the business was re-inspected. As of that date, the certificate of use and the business tax receipt still remained in need of renewing for last fiscal year, the 2020-2021. I am showing proper service was given for both notices. I hand delivered the notice to appear on November 22nd for, again, both violations. To the receptionist, I have Tom.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. Hereby, I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor. The daily fine amount.
These are both new cases from what I'm showing. Pilar,
Yes.
can you confirm?
Yes, they're both new cases.
Okay. Mixing my files. Okay. I find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount, $250 each case.
Okay, the next two cases on the agenda are item 70 and 71 for RK Causeway Plaza, case number FYBRR 2020-00083 and FYBRR 2020-00084. Both cases were previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 14th. The fine set on both cases is $500. Property address is 12101 Biscayne Boulevard, and Gary Beswick is the officer on both cases.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. The property was, and for the 00083, notice of appeal was handed to a young man inside Steve Speedster on November 29 at 1:48 p.m. As of today, we have not received the report. And for the 00084, there is no report that has been submitted. The notice to appear was undelivered to a young lady inside a Denny's restaurant at 1:51 p.m. We're seeking for the fines to start running both of them.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations still exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount are hereby ratified.
The next item is item 72 for Robert Gold, case number CEGMP 2021-00020. This is a new case for 2670 Northeast 135 Street. Jose Perez is the officer.
Officer Perez of the City of Miami, today we're hearing the case in regards to the property located at 2670 Northeast 135th Street. This case was actually previously heard, and in the last hearing, the magistrate granted them an extension to try to come into compliance. However, as of my final reinspection, no work has been done. They have not put in any effort to try to come into compliance. The property was posted and it was sent via certified mail, and the property owner is well aware of the violation. If we go refer to the pictures, there's some quite some noticeable damage and a wooden deck in the rear of the property, and several of the residents as well as the homeowners association has complained about the condition of the deck. The homeowners association has tried to make the repairs and is willing to pay for the repairs. However, the homeowner is refusing to cooperate with them in order to obtain the permits for the repairs and replacement of the deck. At this point in time, the city is seeking an adjudication with an abatement date.
You said this case has been open since when? You're on mute.
Sorry. This case was originally opened in May of 2018. I'm sorry, May 18th of 2021.
Okay, since May, you guys have been trying to work things out with the property?
That is correct. Since May, we've been trying to work with the property owner to get them to repair the deck and or replace it, whichever is clearly his option. In the last hearing, he was trying to argue that he could repair the deck without any building permits. It was then determined by the building department that he may make the repairs. However, no efforts has been made at this point.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby enter an adjudication, or property owners have until March 4th by which to resolve violations. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine of $700.
Next case on the agenda is item 75 for Southeastern Conference Association, case number CEFLR 2021-00082. This is a new case at property 12600 Northwest 4th Avenue for Aaron Barber.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is for the Miami Union Academy to obtain a current business tax receipt. As of the reinspection date, the certificate of use is current, but the business tax receipt has not been updated. Notice was posted at the property and mailed certified as well. I did speak with someone at the property as well.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear, hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $1.
The next case is item 77 for Tony Antone and wife Marie, case number CEBPR 2021-00079. This is a new case at 1660 Northwest 132nd Street. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Karen Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case is regarding building without a permit for stucco applied to the home without permits. As of the reinspection date, there were no permits on file. The property was posted and notice was mailed certified.
Crystal? Is she here?
My computer was getting stuck there. What number?
77. Thank you. And this is what the house, the last time I inspected it as well, they haven't done anything to it since I posted the stop work order.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear, hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine of $500.
And the last case on the agenda is for Yamas Corp. Case number CEBPR 2021-00076. This is a new case at 1660 Northwest 135th Street. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This case is for building without a permit for a stuccoed structure built at the rear of the property and also for a fence that was installed without permit. As of the reinspection date, the final reinspection date, there were no permits submitted or on file, and notice was posted and mailed certified.
Why does this look familiar? Isn't this case?
Sorry, wrong one.
79 is the one that we're on.
Okay. See, I'm paying attention.
Yes, that's the structure, some sort of outshed and that white metal fence. There weren't permits for either of those things.
He should be violated for, this is an eyesore.
It is. It is.
Wouldn't want that next to my house. This is complete eyesore. Right.
Yes.
The entire fence was put up without the permit as well?
Yeah, there were no permits at all for the fence or the that stuccoed structure.
All right, based on the, sorry, can I see the post again? Get that. Can I see the notice, Crystal? Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violations does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear, Hereby find in favor of the city entering adjudication. Property owners have until March 4th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of, been doing a lot of 700s for structures, correct? So we're going to keep the same amount. Yes. So put fire under their feet so that they can get these permits going. Oh my God. Mr. Beswick is actually satisfied.
Oh, yeah. You come around.
Well,
happy holidays.
Happy holidays, guys. This is, it's been great year. Oh, enjoy. I guess hopefully we'll see each other
Recording
next year.
stopped.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you.
Thank you.